All right, hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Long Dark. Now, my advice to you is don't get too comfortable. We've been having really bad internet problems for the past 2 days, and we have no idea what's causing it or why. I had an internet technician come here. He swapped our router. We have like a new modem. He said that through speed tests, he was able to verify that the speed coming into the house is consistent, but I'm not receiving a consistent speed on OBS's end. Every now and then I get these periods, these intermittent periods of 2 to 3 minutes of frame drops, and I can't explain why. I tried wiggling around my Ethernet cable to try and like see if I move the Ethernet cable, is it gonna break it? But so far, that hasn't been the case. Like, I don't think it's the cable. I'm not sure if it's my PC itself, but something is definitely fucky. Now, it could be like the coaxial cable along the power lines has been frayed and damaged somewhere, and if so, that would take ages to find. But I don't even think I can actually mobilize the internet company to check, because according to everything that they found, our internet is fine. So, like, it's no big deal or anything, but the entire future of this channel is in jeopardy. So I'm gonna grab my tablet and open chat. All right. Anyway, guys, if you start seeing frame drops, then please let me know. And then maybe a couple of us could try to troubleshoot what the hell's happening. Like, through OBS logs. I've never checked logs in OBS before. Maybe, you know, maybe if we do that, we might come to some sort of conclusion. All right. Well, let's hop in and try to have some fun, despite the peril and distress associated with current circumstances. Anyway, we will want to try to make our moose-hide cloak soon, but first thing I have to do is I have to bring a battery from Desolation Point back here. We need a battery in order to commit to this trade with the trader. Lamp oil, car battery, and cloth. We need 3 liters of lamp oil, 8 cloth, and 1 car battery. The cloth is here. The lamp oil we can fish for, but the battery is different. We're going to have to go quite far in order to bring that back here. So in order to facilitate that, I might want to leave behind the bearskin jacket. It's just too heavy to bring, you know what I mean? And even to that effect, the wolf skin... where's our Mackinac jacket, by the way? Here. Alright, so we have lighter clothing. A little bit lighter, not that much. 32. It's going to be a very encumbered walk back here when we're done, but I think we have water and food prepared here, albeit not much. Yeah, hopefully, sweetie. God, it's just distressing. It's so distressing. Not every viewer is loyal enough to hang around while we have a time period like 2 or 3 minutes of frame drops, you know? Alright, I have 4 liters of water, but seemingly no cooked food. I'll have to cook. Which... Fire striker. I also have matches. I need to check how much fire fuel I have. Yeah, there haven't been any frame drops on my end yet. Like I'm seeing a stable connection. The issue is, what if that stops, you know? We're gonna have to hope it doesn't stop. All right, let's start a fire. I suppose I'll just use this. I mean, it's more reliable than having a fire that the wind could blow out, so. I know, sweetie. You know me. I'm just all doom and gloom. I worry. I'm a pessimistic man. Cynical in my way. Especially with so much at stake. Like, we're supposed to move to Czech in 6 months, and... God, I don't know the first thing about computers or software or any of that, so I'm just completely in the dark about it. And the notion... What's scarier to me is the notion that it's not my computer at all. It's not... It is the internet. But Eastlink will do whatever it takes to not look at the coaxial cables, right? Like, what if they just never find an actual issue in the cables that's causing this? So it's like my income becomes frozen. It's just so fucked to think about. Anyway, I gotta cook some food. Let's go grab some. Hello, Joshua. It's good to see you, buddy. Yeah, I really hope our internet just... Fuck, man. It's distressing. My entire income rides on the function of internet. And having... What's really scary is that I had the technician come here only to tell me that there's nothing wrong with your internet, so... It, you know, fucking horrifying. Anyway, we're doing a good job preparing a surplus of food for the immediate future. I'm gonna need a little bit more fire fuel, though. Hello, Evo. It's good to see you, buddy. Hopefully, the internet issues just sort of stop at a point and normal function is reacquired, and hopefully. Alright, well, I definitely need a new torch. That one will do. Now, we really don't have that much water, but the fact that we're going to be traveling will help out with that. Let's go drop this cooked food. All right. The stream's going good so far, huh? Any water damage or overheating? What do you mean? To the computer? So far, it's okay. Oh, Simon, it's actually just the internet itself. It's universal. So I was streaming on OBS privately, looking at my frame rate. The screen was black. The only thing there was my webcam. But it was indicating that there were frame drops even with a black screen. It's definitely, there are periods of low connectivity with my internet, and I have no idea why. And what really scares me is I had a technician here, and he detected no drops or problems whatsoever. It's just like every now and then the internet gets worse, and then it gets better. And it gets worse to such a crippling degree that I actually can't stream when it gets worse. So we're kind of at the mercy of the connectivity. We're gonna have to hope that it's conducive to me continuing to work. I'm just so scared right now, so scared. I know that sounds infantile, but I mean, this is my entire livelihood and there's so much at stake. So, you know, I'm not ashamed to, I'm not really ashamed to admit it. Usually when people lose their income capability, they kind of panic. Yeah.
You won't lose the income or the capability. There is always a solution.
Yeah.
And we have multiple solutions possible.
I know.
I'm not trying to emasculate you, by the way. I just want to comfort you.
I understand.
It's gonna be okay. You're capable and smart.
Yeah.
You're capable and smart.
Yeah. You know what's weird, guys? You say multiple devices, Joshua. One thing that happened was we conducted speed tests on our cell phones, all of our cell phones. But here's the kicker. When we used a speed test server in Montreal, it was showing that our speed was like, our upload speed was 2 megabits, 6 megabits, 4 megabits. But then there's only one speed test that Eastlink is allowed to use, and it's a Halifax server. And every time we did a speed test on that Halifax server, it was showing perfect speeds, that nothing was wrong with them. But every time we used a third-party speed test server, even one in Montreal, which isn't, you know, like, we were getting numbers that were more in line with the frame drops and the connectivity problems that we were having. So, like, I don't know. I don't know. Thank you, Evo. I really appreciate that, buddy. When I lose my career and we become homeless, dinner's on you. Yeah, Zuzi is very supportive. She's, God, she's the spine in my back. Well, of course, there were many years I had to stand on my own 2 feet. But she makes it a hell of a lot easier. Yeah.
I'm the scaffolding on the heart. I think I like that.
The scaffolding on the heart, yes.
Yeah, you had a spine long before me.
All right, we're gonna get going now toward Desolation Point, where I will retrieve the battery that I require. We don't have that much water. We have a decent amount of food. We're already getting tired, but we're just gonna go now. Still have a bedroll. Let's eat up. And grab some rations. Yeah, Zuzi and I met on Facebook of all places, in a Supernatural fan page. took one look at her and I was like, that's my future wife. Good morning, Lee. Good morning, buddy. Man, you've missed like some crazy technical difficulties. I know you were here yesterday in the beginning of the stream, and I know you saw some of the frame problems we were having. Here's the kicker. I had a technician come today to look at the internet, and he said the internet's fine. He even replaced our modem. But for some reason, OBS was periodically dropping a shitload of frames, and we don't know why. So, you know, a couple of our working theories right now is that the coaxial cable along the power lines is frayed, and whenever there's wind moving it, it's fucking up our signal. But that was something that the guy couldn't detect when he was here. So, like, it's not likely to be that. I thought it might have been my Ethernet cable, and he thought it was my Ethernet cable too. But, like, he performed a speed test by plugging my Ethernet cable into his laptop. The issue was, now it's working fine, and before it wasn't. It, like, just really weird shit with no explanation, and I have no idea what's going on. So, we're here, and it's working properly, but we have no idea why. And it could break any second, you know? So just overall, kind of pushing back the despair, a flickering candle in a frigid abyss, as it were. Yeah, Flip, I'll play the new 7 Days to Die patch when it comes out. Hopefully, Joshua. Hopefully it's just a provider issue, but if so, man, that technician was really good at playing dumb. My mom told me that back in Apple River where we used to live, there was a phone line issue where the phone would have a static crackling on it permanently. Well, actually, it was just every once in a while. It took them 3 years to find out what was wrong with it. It turned out there was a frayed section of wire from a fallen tree. So they removed the tree, but they never saw that the wire was frayed. And it was causing disruptions in the phone signal. It literally took them 3 years to find this piece of frayed wire. And I'm worried that something like that might be happening here, where there's a frayed section of the coaxial cable. And that might explain why his speed tests were indicating everything is fine. Because sometimes, most of the time, maybe everything is fine, but we'll end up getting these random ass spikes and drops in quality, but they'll never fix it, because when I call the technician over here to look at it, everything looks okay, you know? So it's really fucking scary. Did you pray to the machine spirit and Omnissiah? Yeah, I was like Xander in that episode of Buffy where they all lost their memory, and he was doing the Christian prayer, the Jewish prayer, the Islamic prayer, and then he went like, Om, Om, you know? I was pleading to any power that would listen to fucking fix this shit. Ghost in the machine. Yeah, even if we had a cell phone to use as a hotspot, I don't think it would help. Only because I have my computer plugged directly into the router through an Ethernet, right? So, and what's weird is that I experienced the same issue of dropped frames even when I removed the Ethernet and tried using the wireless chip in my PC instead. So it's entirely possible that what it actually could be is a software issue like OBS, but we have no idea, no way of knowing for sure. In fact, there's one factor here that lends credence to the theory that it could be OBS. So OBS was demonstrating frame drops, but on YouTube's end, it was saying the connection strength was excellent, right? So why would YouTube say the connection strength is excellent when clearly there's frames being dropped on OBS's end? And why would the technician say our internet is fine if on OBS it's not showing up as fine? It could literally be an OBS issue, but the thing is, OBS hasn't been updated in a while. So I don't know what's up, right? I think the last update for OBS was like July 2024 or something. I mean, there might be like a new, like maybe it got patched and maybe I installed a patch and that broke things, but at present, guys, I have no idea. We're just completely at the mercy, praying for continued function. It's very uncertain. Hello, Elijah. How are you doing, my friend? God damn, Evo. I gotta get some of that. NVIDIA has been bad on drivers lately. Well, I updated to the most recent driver. Is there anywhere on my PC where I can check when I updated to the last driver? Because I just may have updated the driver 2 days ago, which would coincide with when this happened. Let me know, guys, if I can check when my drivers were last updated. And if you know where I can check that, please direct me to it. Because if it's as simple as rolling back to a previous driver, then God bless. Now, when I called a computer technician today and asked him a couple questions, and he said that he actually thinks it might be an issue with my graphics card. Now, I don't know how the graphics card would cause these issues necessarily. Other people, it's, you know, they know more about this than I do, but if you guys think it could be a driver update that's causing this, then trust your gut, eh? I'll continue to do that, Joshua. Honestly, it could be a frayed cable. It could be something up. NVIDIA control panel. When was the last drop? You know what? It was like 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago, a while ago. So basically, in the first 6 minutes of this broadcast, I wasn't streaming for the first like 6 or 10 minutes. I was just broadcasting so I could look at the frame drops without it affecting the live stream. When I first started broadcasting, there was 2.5 minutes where I was getting frame drops the whole time. And then it started working. For like another 3 minutes, it was good. But then there was another 2 or 3 minutes where it dropped again and it was losing frames again. So like, you know, it was very unpredictable. So, NVIDIA control panel. Nothing will hurt with a driver rollback. Well, you know what? We get that problem again, and we're going to do it. So I have the NVIDIA settings here. Okay, this is NVIDIA control panel. I don't know where to find the driver thing, though. Yeah, I don't know, but I'll consider trying to roll back the driver if we continue to experience issues. I think I'll continue to the cave before I sleep. It'll allow us to get a 10-hour rest, which is going to be more beneficial to our health pool. I know I only have to worry about the provider until we move, but we have so many expenses for moving. Like, there's the tickets alone, but then there's also getting the cats to the vet. There's...
Think about the fact that you already have the money for this.
Yeah. And, well, I know, there's... We got $5,000 saved, another $3,000 from tax returns. It might be enough to get us there. I'm so scared. You know, I'm scared. Oh, shit. That wolf is sketching out. We're gonna have to go around. I stink like meat. Your air fryer finally died. And here we are talking about how life is... Everything's falling apart for us, Lee. What the hell are we gonna do, buddy? You know what? We're gonna move in together, and we're gonna start a new religion where we always expect the worst, and we try to live like minimalistic monks so that we don't have to lose anything anymore. That's the only logical conclusion that I can think of to remedy these punishing losses that you and I are suffering. Where's the cave? Over here. Fuck, I'm getting cold, man. Okay, fucking hell. Got him. That was kind of scary, not gonna lie. Anyway, let's get our lantern out. I have to search this cave for loot on the pass through. We got a book. And there's a dead guy. Yeah, Zuzi will be able to have an income in check, whether through working or social assistance programs, will be able to augment my income. Which, you know, it'll help a lot. Really, it's just getting there. Getting there is what we have to worry about. Okay, let's get the hell out of here. I have to get to that cave so I can sleep. We've lost enough health already. Maybe I'll try to fully warm up before we go. All right. Flee Canada? Yo, we're going to Tibet, buddy. We're going to Tibet so we can follow the eightfold noble path and shed our earthly woes.
I'm one of those earthly woes that will be getting shed.
No.
I ain't going to Tibet.
You're the only thing holding me together. Damn, I only have 3 arrows? I'd imagine I must have deposited a bunch. Yeah, we probably have a shit... Well, it's for the best anyway. I don't want to be too encumbered for this trip. I've been learning Czech. In fact, let's do a quick review of everything I've learned. I forgot to do that review this morning because of the stress of the technician and whatnot, so... Alright, ja jestem means I am. Ja nie jestem means I am not. Ty jsi means you are. Ty nie jsi means you are not. On, ona, ono, je is he, she, it is. And then on, ona, ono, neni means he, she, it is not. And then me, yuzme is we are. Vi, yuste is we are. Or no, you are, like a group of people though. So like you guys are, that's what vi, yuste is. And then me, ne, yusme is we are not. Vi, ne, yuste is you all are not. And then oni yaso is they are. And then oni ne yaso is they are not. Matka is mother. Yeah. Otec is father. Brater is brother. Sestra is sister. Babichka is grandma. Dieda is grandfather. Teta is aunt. And so if I wanted to, okay, so vi juste homosexual.
Homosexualo there.
You guys are all gay. That's what I just said. I just said all of you are gay. All of you are homosexual. Vi juste homosexual. Yeah, I've been working on the Czech education. I've learned how to read it. A little bit. Like I've learned how to say the letters properly. And I've learned how to distinguish between the accented forms of the letters throughout our studying. I have been working on it. And we'll continue to work on it because it would allow me to at least work part-time and check for whenever the channel income wasn't quite up to par with our bills. But if I just kept I could pay our utility bills every single month with the lowest monthly threshold that I've made with the channel since I started streaming. So like on my worst months, I'd still be able to pay the utility bills. So then if Zuzi got the food with her whatever income she could scrounge up, but on my best months, I could get like the utilities and then a whole bunch for the month. Like I would be able to cover the utilities with half of what I made in the month, and then the other half could be living expenses. Well, everyone is a little gay. Fitta is pussy in Swedish. The opportunities may be better where we're moving to, yes, because one of the things that's really great about Czech, Zuzi, don't they bury their cables in Czech? No? Okay, so they're exposed, but we are going to have significantly stronger internet where we're moving. So good, in fact, that I might be able to live stream to you guys in up to 4K quality. And, you know, Zuzi and I will have more availability to do multiplayer streams because we'll have that superior internet. And we'll have a family life. She'll have her family. I'll have a family, like a full family for the first time in decades. And yeah, there is a lot of opportunity there. Zuzi will also be able to get either social assistance or part-time work or both if we ever need the supplementation to our income, right? And we'll have this.
I can sell my
paintings. She can paint and sell her paintings. She's not allowed to make money here in Canada because of the visitor's visa technicalities, right? When she's in Czech, she'll be able to sell her like paintings lickety split, which means we could also sell her works to you guys if you ever wanted to order one, and it would be perfectly above board and legal. Discipline Junior is a possibility, yeah.
If it's possible, absolutely.
If it's possible, it's definitely our plan to try and have a kid. I'm just worried that I might have, dead semen. We had unprotected sex for many years, but at the same time, we hear that a lot of people struggle to have babies, and it takes a long time of, like, min-maxing the fertility window and trying for several months. So, like, that could just be our case. It's not entirely the case that my sperm is dead or she's a barren wasteland inside. It could just be that we haven't tried hard enough. A lot of people kind of share that same, it's the same for a lot of people. They have to try really hard before it happens. Little disciplined. We're gonna eat our lowest condition food first. And I might want to drop some of these steaks outside. Let's drink that herbal tea for the augmented health restoration. Yeah, Lee, I've theorized that, but you know what's funny, Lee? So yes, they gave us 2 tuberculosis vaccines. They gave me 2 tuberculosis vaccines within the span of 6 months because I got arrested twice in a 6-month span. And before that, I actually got an abscess in my scrotum. And in order to drain it, the doctor literally injected freezing agent into my scrotum. So I've always been at least a little scared that that one medical intervention has completely killed any prospect of me ever having kids. We're going to have to hope that's not the case. I know you guys want to see little Discipline Junior just as much as I do. It's probably going to be like a redheaded daughter who likes horror games and karate. That's kind of where I'm banking my hopes, like a nice redheaded daughter. someone that I can hang a shotgun over the door to protect. I can teach her self-defense. And she'll always be like emulating, she'll always be following her dad around, like wanting to like, oh, I love zombie games, and oh, I love survival games, and
Yeah, she'll be climbing on your head while you're trying to stream.
yeah, coming to say hi midstream. Yeah, one day, hopefully. But a son would be good too. Obviously, I think every man likes the idea of having a son. Someone to teach how to be a man. Very true, Vernix, very true. Well, we're not so pragmatic that we are going to wait for the perfect circumstances to have a child. Like, we'll do it when it's still a little risky. It's just right now, a terrible time to try, because we do have the move. The channel's just getting off its feet. We finally got to a place where my income is respectable enough.
But also, if I got pregnant now, I couldn't go to the...
Yeah, if Susie got pregnant now, she doesn't have suitable health coverage to take care of it here in Canada due to the limitations of the visitor's visa, right? So it's... Traveling by plane while pregnant can fuck everything up, so... Yeah, but it's definitely in the cards. We just need a little bit more circumstantial security than we have at present. Yo, I saw that insemination quote, chosen one. You can delete the message, but you can't erase the memory, bro. But we'll cringe at it together in private. Who's this? Hang on.
It's fixed!
You found a crack in the line. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Guys, guess what? So the technician just came back, and you're not going to believe what he just told me. He found a crack in the line up the road. It was literally, there was a crack in the line. It was receiving interference, static interference. And when he fixed that line, it fixed our internet. I was not crazy. Something was going on. I was all worried because the technician told me it wasn't a problem with our house, but he checked the line. He fixed the line. Oh my fucking God. I told him, I was like, God bless you, man. Thank you so much. Woo!
You feel like crying out of happiness now?
Ah, yeah, boy. Show me them titties.
No.
Later. Modesty. You're a lady.
Oh. I'm a lady when it's convenient, isn't it?
Oh my God. Yeah, it actually was a coaxial cable issue. It was a tear in the line. I was right. I was right. God damn, and here I was like calling computer technicians. Hey mom. Hang on, guys.
How about you keep on streaming and I'll let your mom know.
Oh man. Yeah. My mom's right. She said that would explain why it got worse while it was raining. Oh my God. Thank you, Lee. I'm always correct in all manners of things.
Alright, now you can stop talking about the internet and lamenting the loss of the channel and your career, and you can get into the game.
So guess what, guys? Like and subscribe for Discipline Junior coming soon to a stream near you. Oh shit, I forgot my food. I guess it's better I noticed now than before I went like all the way through this fucking cave. Oh god, it's fucking dark in here. Where? Hang on. Okay, here we go. Now, I'm dangerously low on lantern fuel. We're gonna have to try to find more. And if we can't find that much more, then it's gonna become requisite that I craft torches and use them. Or at least start a fire so I can take a bunch of torches out of it. Hey, you know what? The guy did his due diligence. He checked the lines.
Yeah, didn't just leave and forget about you.
God bless. Like, God bless. God fucking bless. He did his due diligence, that man. Oh, man. Oh, I shook his hand. I shook his hand. I was like, God bless you, buddy. Thank you so much. You saved my career. Man, that... Yeah, and you know what? Thank my mom as well, because she was the one who suggested... she brought up the phone thing in Apple River. She mentioned the frayed wire causing interference for the phone line. And that's what made me suggest to him, what if that's the case? Oh, buddy. Isn't it amazing, guys, how, like, the pieces just sort of fell into place to fix the problem? There was despair, but my mom mentioned something. It just...
You know what that's called?
What?
Synchronicity.
Yeah, synchronicity. And providence. The Lord wants me to stream. Me and all of my transphobic bigotry are here to stay, my friends.
You know what the Lord...
Good works.
Unapologetically follow your dream.
Yeah. Alright. So guys, what I want you to do is I want you guys to pick one of these three things to try, alright? Some of them are harder than others. So, try to take a cold shower if you've never taken one before. Freezing cold for like a minute, okay? Second thing is try to fast. Try to skip breakfast and lunch and don't eat any food until dinner. That also includes don't put any cream or sugar in your coffee. Have it black. If you've never tried that, give it a try. And the third thing, if you're feeling particularly ballsy and you want to do the hardest option on the list, then try to not have sugar or carbs. Like, don't have any bread or sugar for 3 days. That's probably the hardest thing on the list. We'll introduce a special fourth thing. Try to get a little exercise. Do like 20 push-ups or something. Yeah, that's my goal here as the channel guy, okay? That's what Discipline Before Dishonor is all about. Try to improve your life with healthy habits. That's it. That's the whole thing. Now that I'm here to stay, I'm gonna peddle my drugs. My slimy smegma snot.
Now you can take a deep breath and relax.
Yes.
Yes.
Hold me.
I will hold.
I need to be held.
Yes.
I'm your manly miminko.
You're my miminko.
Miminko is baby, like infant in
Like
Czech.
an infant baby, yeah.
Yeah, I'm her infant. I'm her rugged masculine infant.
Oh my good.
That's right. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see what you said with that one, Chosen One. You gotta stop retracting your messages, bro. You're erasing the history of the Chosen One, and we need you. You're chosen. Like, straight up. Now the question is, did he know about it the whole time? Telling Americans to eat healthy, that's tough. Hey, don't worry about it, Chosen One. Yo, straight up, I am in tune with my inner child, okay? I'm retarded. In the best way possible, I am retarded. I've preserved my childhood innocence against the tide of a youthful upbringing and early adulthood that were intent to make me a murderer.
Hey,
What?
there is nothing wrong with being vulnerable and innocent once in a while. I love that about you. You coddle my innocence and infantil.
Yes, infantilism.
Yeah, that.
I coddle Zuzi's innocence and encourage her infantilism too. Oh shit! Come on. Oh, come on. Wow, the longest struggle of ever. Oh, our clothing is probably fucked. Man. I gotta remember I stink, and I gotta keep the bow out. I haven't played this for a while, so I'm out of practice. Revolver shell casing. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't need that in this difficulty. All right. Got him. 3 fucking wolves triangulating on my position right now. Let's go to the lighthouse so I can establish like a little base. He tried to run at me in an ellipsis. We were able to stop him anyway. Jesus. I'm so happy. So happy. God bless. God bless. And that's the funny thing. That's the funny thing about me as a person. I'm no Job. I lose my faith easily, buddy. Easily. But I think that there are some people where even though they struggle with despair, as long as they're willing to commit to the works, God can get through that, you know? Sometimes I fear the worst. I'm not a faithful guy in the sense where I believe everything will be okay. In fact, I'm very pessimistic, very cynical with my perspective. I always assume the crash position, right? I'm one of those people. I had a really hard upbringing growing up. But I still believe in God. I still believe that the Lord can help you if you're open to receiving the help and you ask for it humbly. And, well, it's like you don't have to believe everything's going to be okay when everything around you is on fire. You just got to appreciate it when everything does get fixed. At least that's my view of it. Maybe, I don't know, that's just how I live. Aurora eyes warning. OCD, Tourette's, and Asperger's? You got burgers in your ass. God damn. Well, we love you, Chosen One, just the same, buddy. Yeah, my faith wavers pretty easy. But I feel like even though my faith wavers, I never end up turning on God. Like my biggest problem growing up was that I blamed God for all the bad things in my life. You know, it's a typical train of thought that you observe in many people. Some of you have probably even felt these things or heard other people express these things in the past, but the notion of, well, if God is all powerful, why does he allow suffering? He must be evil, right? I never go down that road anymore. I managed to outgrow that sort of tainted perspective on the matter. Because truth is, God just gave us free will, and he respects our ability to maintain that free will, even if that means allowing other people to be free to victimize you, and you are free to fight back and to defend yourself, right? It all boils down to God's insistence that he cannot interfere with our free will, because anything short of what we have now would be God imposing fascism on us mentally, right? It's complicated. It's not easy. All right, well, we're here. We're not going to have any daylight, so the lantern fuel that I have is all we have. We're going to have to hope that we can find more. I suppose my lack of faith that everything's going to be okay comes from the fact that I kind of know that faith in God is very powerful, but we still live in Lucifer's world. Like, this is Satan's playground, and he controls everything. He has corrupted institutions against mankind's greater good. Every single institution that was made to better the lives of man, Lucifer has managed to corrupt. Whether we're talking about government, pharmaceutical industry, even organized religion, education, schools, Lucifer has found a way to corrupt so many institutions that were made for the betterment of mankind. So it's like I have this perspective where I'm always assuming the crash position, getting ready for the worst case scenario to occur, you know? But I also feel like that part of my perspective mobilizes me to take preventative action and to be very reactive when something bad has happened. That's why we first got this problem yesterday morning, and I called the power company. I called the internet provider. I got him here. He fixed the problem. My mom mentioned the coaxial wires being frayed back at Apple River. I mentioned that to him. I was proactive. I tried to help him to think of what it might be. Right? And then lo and behold, it was the cable. Faith without works is dead, but works without faith can still reap good results. It's like, you can be afraid. It's part of being human, I think, to be afraid, or at least that's what we've been taught, right? So it works for me. We got another emergency stim here. If I deposit those running river oats, they're going to despawn. So we'll drop them instead. They're too heavy to carry. Snuggle butt. I appreciate that, Joshua. And I think that's an insightful observation. I mean, I've been to jail 4 times, and it was pure pain. I hated it. I was always mortally afraid. I was always sad. I was always when I was in jail, I couldn't even have faith in Zuzi's fidelity. I was haunted by phantoms. Like, I was worried that she was going to turn on me or leave me or cheat on me. I had those conventional fears. Right? Which is easy. It's easy to have those fears when you're in a steel and concrete hive of false hopes and broken dreams, where everybody's getting into fights. There's always hostility, anger, rage, and sadness in every cell. But I still took care of myself in jail. I was resourceful. I was able to trade. What I would do is, I didn't have any money, but I would have people order pens and paper on their canteen, and I would trade with them, barter. My sweets, certain parts of my meal that I knew weren't healthy, right? Like, I would trade my cereal every single day. I would trade my cereal, I would trade my bread, I would trade my donuts, and I would trade my, muffins when we got them. and I would trade people that stuff for actual food. Like I was receiving meat one day a week, extra meat in exchange for my cereal for multiple days a week. I would barter for paper and pens. People would order them on Canteen. I would give them sweets in exchange. And I did a lot of writing. I just kept on managing, right? I'm adaptive. I'm adaptive in stressful situations, but my faith wavers. I think that's probably the best way of me. That's my understanding of myself. I'm very good at adapting to difficult situations, but I am not good at maintaining hope in them, you know? Kind of like I'm built to deal with an apocalypse. Trans people on TikTok. No, yeah, there was nothing coincidental about it, sweetie pie. Providence. Oh. I don't know. For those of you who don't know, did you know that Susanna has my mother's birthday? And we first messaged each other on March 3rd, 2016, while I was first arrested for my first crime on March 3rd, 2015, right? I took both of those quote unquote coincidences in conjunction to mean that she symbolized my rebirth as a man, you know? And it wasn't easy. Like, it wasn't like we found each other and boom, we entered our happily ever after. Rather, it was like we met each other. There was vast turbulence. We were both young. We both made stupid mistakes. We both hurt each other, but then we both grew through the pain like shit covering a crop, right? The fertilizer. When life goes to shit, life is being fertilized for growth. You know, that old adage? And that's kind of in essence what happened with both of us. We walked through the fire, you know, walked across the coals. All right, we're warm. We have to go over to the... What would you call it? The dam. No, the whaling station. We have to go to the whaling station and we have to grab a battery to bring back here. We're going to be pretty encumbered, but what I can do is fill my belly, drink some water, and then leave some surplus meat here. We don't need all this. So let's eat. Yeah, the Long Dark 2, I'm fucking hyped for it, buddy. Because the thing is, in the Long Dark 1, they had a concept and they made their first game with that concept, but it took so long to get the Long Dark 1 where it is now. But if they take like concepts like the travois and you know, there have been so many updates to the Long Dark 1 that might be a part of the Long Dark 2 right at launch. I'm so excited for that, you know? When we factor in the cartography system, when we factor in the travois, when we factor in the trader, like all of these different systems that they added in post in the far territories are things that will probably be there right from the launch date in number 2. So very excited about it. Zeusie's still waiting for episode 5. Yeah, they are screwing the pooch on that, but I'm biased. I really appreciated the survival updates that they committed to, and I was happy to see them. She was more along the lines of like, she was waiting for the update. She was waiting for episode 5, and she's still waiting for it. So in her mind, it's like, fuck, I just want to play it already. But in my mind, it's like, thank God they neglected story and focused on survival. Because in my mind, I felt like that's what survival... Oh my God, a moose. In my mind, I felt like that was what survival needed. Was TLC and updates. Anyway, we're going to go around that moose. I do not want to get my ribs broken today. And we also don't really have to kill it. We already have a cured moose pelt that we'll be able to use to make our jacket back at the Quonset garage. You're waiting to play it when the final chapter is released, huh? It's probably a good call. Get the story in one go. And then if you try survival mode, you'll have all of the updates over the course of the entire game's history. So I remember when I first started playing Chosen One, there was no travois, there was no cartography. There was so many things missing from the game. So if you ever have like a survival mode phase, then you'll have access to all that stuff. All right, we got that. We got that wolf. Shit, another one? All right. Well, there's no sense picking a fight that I might be able to avoid. Let's try to go around and get to the Riken. Or I could save looting the Riken for after. Yeah, we have precious little lantern fuel, so we're gonna use that lantern fuel to search Hibernia processing. And there's an Aurora, which means we might have access to some light in there. Ambient lighting. Not enough to loot, but... I agree, Evo. I agree. I hope so. Because I feel like... Other than 7 Days to Die, this is the one game that I've truly played the most of. I've played this game more than I've played Project Zomboid, and that's saying something. Yeah, it's, like, Project Zomboid is a game that I haven't played in a very long time. I kind of got completely sick of it after a while. I played a lot of 6 months later and stuff, and, you know, but this game has been a consistent favorite of mine for years and years, and I'm still playing on settings that are brand new to me, raising the skill ceiling in incredible ways. You know, Endless Night, Harderloper, it's taken ages to get here and play on these settings. I feel like the skill ceiling is so high that everybody could get 250 different series from this game as they continue to try and get better and better. The skill ceiling is so high with this game. I'm just really grateful that the technician checked. Man, like, that was so sick. He fixed it, buddy. He fixed it. God bless that dude. No more uncertainty in the career. At least not for a while. All right, let's get inside. We're definitely gonna find a car battery here, and I can trade that car battery with the trader to get the wolfskin pants unlocked. Project Zomboid is a really good game. I just haven't played it for a while because I got bored of Build 41, and then I was waiting for Build 42. But when Build 42 came out, there were so many, like, I was experiencing crippling bugs. Like, one time, my game crashed in Build 42, and then I logged back in and died instantly because a zombie was right beside me. So, you know, I haven't really tried it out since then. It might be more stable now. I might be able to get more enjoyment out of it now. But another part of my personal problem is that having played on 6 months later before and achieved relative success, like, I lived for 6 months in one painful year, right? So I was playing the one painful year rule set, and I survived for 6 months. I killed like 3,000 zombies in Riverside. I was killing it, buddy, right? Killing it. So now every time I try to play Zomboid, even though I'm rusty and not that great at it anymore, I'm still trying to play on settings that are perhaps too much for me. And I always end up getting killed, so it always ends up being like rapid fire deaths, you know? So it's really hard for me to find that balance and play it in a way that I can survive for a reasonably long time. But I always feel like I'm making it too easy if my settings aren't hard enough. I'm in a really weird place with Zomboid, and I have been for a while. You know what I might do is modified apocalypse. I find that I could probably handle regular apocalypse, but with a 2.0 population multiplier. However, I haven't really tried that since the new muscle strain system was implemented. That muscle strain is crippling. I don't know if they've changed it, but man, it was rough, that muscle strain system. It was really punishing. All right, let's hop under here. There might be a torch over here. There might be. Yeah, there is. Is it 100? It is a 100% condition torch, which we can use. All right, we got some firewood down here. I need to ration my lantern light. I can't keep it out. Just thank God we have the fucking fuel-efficient lantern, eh? If we didn't, this would be much worse. All I have to do is take it out in order to check the low light areas once in a while. We got another battery here. I'll move it out. Right there. Put it on the table right here. Make it visible. Another one. Yeah, there's a shitload of batteries here at Hibernia Processing. Like a shitload of them. Anyway, I'm gonna go upstairs and I'm gonna deposit this car battery that we got into the locker. Make sure it doesn't slow me down too much. Yeah, we can use torches. We found a 100% torch, and I could also light a campfire to get more torches. Don't worry, buddy. Don't worry, Evo. I've been doing this a long time. I got the skills to pay these bills, even if I can't pay my real ones in real life. But I'm getting better at that, too. The income has grown. All right, let's crack in here real quick. First digit is 3. Second digit is 8. There we go, we're in. We just found a second Mackinac jacket. Yeah, having to haul them all the way to Coastal is going to be a really hard time. It is good at least that there are car batteries here to find for the wolfskin pants, but 15 kilograms is pretty punishingly heavy. I'm going to have to repair the clothing soon. We found a mending book, which is going to improve our likelihood of a successful repair on various pieces of equipment. Sadly, it does not apply to your chance to successfully repair the travois. That's determined more by your repair skill, the same skill that would be in use if you tried to repair the hacksaw or something. Another fucking battery. Look at that. All right, let's put it right there. All right, we're gonna deposit first. We're so low on lantern fuel that I'm gonna want to make sure I have mobility while searching the rest of this place. I wonder if there's any more coffee in the pot. Oh, and guys, if you're looking for, there's a really cool way that Zuzi and I have begun to drink our coffee. We've been drinking it this way for about a year, and it's honestly really good, and I'd like to pitch it to you guys. You might want to try it. Basically, we make Turkish coffee, okay? The big problem with a lot of plastic coffee makers is you can't really clean the innards all that well. Yes, you can run vinegar through it, but it's not foolproof, right? You could end up with mold growth in the machine. And even the simple notion that the hot water is coming into contact with plastic, right? Everybody's talking about microplastics these days and the accumulation of plastic in the body. So if you want to avoid that, you know, there's even forever chemicals contained in the filters for coffee machines. So what you could try to do, we've been doing this for a while, However much coffee you want. For me and Zuzi, it's typically just 1 mug per batch. So we'd pour 2 mugs into a pot, stainless steel pot, stovetop, right? You bring that water to a boil. And then for every cup of coffee, you put 1.5 tablespoons of coffee grounds into it. You steep it, right? Steep it for 10 minutes and then strain it. When you pour it into your mug, you can strain it through a stainless steel micro strainer. It's got like tiny little fibers, like tiny little stainless steel netting. It catches the coffee grounds. The water goes through the strainer into your mug. So what you have is a very strong cup of black coffee that has not come into contact with plastic, that has not come into contact with the forever chemicals in the filters. And it's just overall like it feels healthier, you know? And this is, maybe it's all in my head, but I feel like it's healthier. And I've also been, I haven't used a microwave for like 3 weeks now. For as long as I haven't been smoking cigarettes, I also have not been using a microwave. When I want to reheat my meals, I usually just use the oven. And sometimes I don't even reheat the food. I'll fucking eat cold chicken every day. I love cold chicken, you know? Drinking tea. Smart. No coffee maker involved in the production of tea. I worry about the bags. Like, apparently the bags can be bleached and shit, but you can specifically get, apparently, unbleached tea bags, I've heard. So. Alright, we are considerably lighter in the inventory front. Let's try to continue looking around. Well, we got a flare pistol right here. We don't really need it, but we found it regardless. We found a light shell jacket, granola bar, whetstone. Let's go check down here. May as well not have that lantern going while I'm climbing up here. We even made our own, I made homemade buffalo butter sauce last night, and it was actually pretty sick. You have to take 2 cloves of, well, it's like 2 cloves of garlic, 1 cup of Frank's Red Hot, a tablespoon of vinegar, a teaspoon of honey, and you just kind of, yeah, there was like a mode of preparation and everything. I would share it if you guys were interested in it, but it was really good. It was like restaurant quality buffalo butter sauce, and it turned out dope. Apparently you can use garlic powder instead of actual garlic, but I mean, you know, I'm one of those the more real it is, the better it is type of guys. One thing that's really sick about that update, you can move these crates now. It used to be you had to harvest them to get the loot behind it, but you no longer have to. Yeah, you can just move these crates out of the way. And then with that, there's actually a backpack here that you can loot. Really sick. It's empty. Of course, on these settings, most containers will be, but still pretty cool. I don't think I found any matches here. We may not end up finding. Oh wait, no. We totally did. We totally found a pack of matches here, I recall. I put it in the locker. Yeah, it's good. Bentley sounds like a very friendly pup. think someday I should treat myself to an OLED monitor? Well, buddy, it'll happen one day. What is OLED? What's the characteristic of OLED that makes it stand out? Is it more vibrant lighting? Like, well, more vibrant colors? All right, we're at 51 kilos. I think I'm already level 5 in archery. Yes, I am. So I don't actually need the archery book, but we will have to research the mending book. However, we left that back at the lighthouse, I believe. I'll take the antiseptic. Maybe the painkillers. We won't be coming back here for anything, so... Now, 3 fuses, 2 wires, and several batteries. I have to mark that in my text document for loot stashes here. Because there's actually a tower here in DP that you can repair. I don't know that we'll ever do it, but if we ever wanted to try it, I could do it. So, Desolation Point. Hibernia Processing. 2 fuses, 3 wires. Or is it inverted? Is it 3 fuses and 2 wires? Yes, which means I can actually use those to repair the transmitter. 2 fuses, 3 wires, and several batteries. Okay. I'll take the matches too. And that's pretty much everything I care to mark. The firewood we don't need. More color accuracy and deep black level of contrast. Also, the instant response time is a nice bonus, huh? Well, one day I will be looking to officially upgrade my setup. So, maybe, you know what? Maybe I should make a text document right now and email it to myself. Just kind of like a potential upgrades document where I list all the things that people recommend. And then when the time comes to upgrade my setup, I'll have a lot of reference for what I should get. Damn, there's like no water around this region, eh? Nothing in the toilets or anything? Alright, we should sleep here. Is there a bed? Yeah, there is. Don't worry about it, Vernix. Evo is one of those computer know-it-all types, but he's extremely knowledgeable about it. Okay. All right, let's eat that. We've slept. Our health is looking a little bit better. Well, we have the battery. There is a cave right here that I'd like to search, but I can temporarily bypass it. Go to the lighthouse, deposit what we found. I might want to go to the Riken. on the way back to the lighthouse so we can search that too. I know that you find the key to the memento box in the Riken, but all you get is like 3 marine flares, so I'm not really too worried about it. Okay, the Riken is in view. Let's get over there. Oh, fuck. Multiple wolves. I have to thread the needle between 2 wolves. Oh, that's fucked. Oh, and there's a bear wandering around the Riken. Buddy, what a dangerous place we find ourselves in. Let's just try not to get attacked by the bear. I mean, the wolf is one thing, but a bear is ruining to clothing. So you're more of a software guy than a hardware guy. Shit, that bear is right in front of the fucking Riken. I don't even know if I can get in or not. This could be dangerous. Let's try to climb up here. Holy shit, this is so sus. Well, it doesn't look like I can actually scale this all the way. Well, we got the bear to run away. It broke an arrow, but as long as I don't have to worry about him right now, we're good. Let's enter the Riken. Alright, let's take a look around. I'm not expecting to find much in the Riken, but... Another fishing book. We have 2 of them now. Yeah, this lantern's almost kaput. Wool socks. Insulated flask. We don't need that. Put it on the shelf. No food. All right. I should warm up before I continue on, but let's go loot this real quick. All right, let's go. Evo, god damn, buddy. Thank you very much. Holy shit. That's extremely generous, man. Thank you very much. I can't promise it's going toward a monitor, but whether it goes toward new equipment or our move to check, it's going towards something meaningful. That I promise you. Thank you very much, buddy. God damn. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go give Zuzi the news, and I'm gonna check and see if there's any more coffee. You gave us 110 bucks today, Evo. Thank you so damn much. God damn. And hey, 3 weeks without a cigarette, buddy, so you know it's not going to be wasted on anything that I shouldn't be getting. No alcohol, no weed, no cigarettes. Purely the requisite expenses associated with moving into the next phase of one's life. Oh shit, I do not like the low visibility conditions here. What?
Is this your
I think that's the old one, which it was probably fine. We could hang on to it in case there's ever a problem with our other unit. Oh yeah, guys, they're coming out with a new Long Dark update soon that's going to enhance the visuals of the game. There's going to be like avalanches you can see and shit. Snow drifts, avalanches, all kinds of new stuff. All right, here's the road. We gotta follow this road all the way to the lighthouse. Shit. Okay. I think we're gonna outpace that wolf pretty much the whole time. Yeah, I watched a video on it yesterday, Evo. Maybe look it up. They're changing a bunch of shit. They're changing ambient lighting effects. They're changing shadow depth. They're changing environmental immersion. All kinds of shit. And it's even going to consoles too, not just PCs. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is that? Okay, it's a deer. We're good. It's very important that we unlock the ability to make wolfskin pants because the deerskin pants, the thing is, I have 3 pieces of equipment all the time that require deerskin to repair, right? There's the travois, the wolfskin boots, and the wolfskin pants. Just making the deerskin pants. Just making the wolfskin pants is going to allow me to require less deer hides for repairs. It's important because it's very easy to fail an attempted repair on the travois. Unfortunately, your mending skill does not determine your chance of success when attempting repair on the travois. Well, hopefully, Vernix, you make the world a better place with that malware. That's still sus, though, buddy. It's still sus. But I did watch Mr. Robot, so I understand the concept of an ethical hacker. Oh, the lantern is flickering like mad right now. Okay. We have a lot of books that could do with some researching. And a lot of rotten food that could do with some eating. But we'll need a fire to do that research. We do have a lot of fire fuel that we could use for that. Let's get as much done as we can. Hopefully we don't get food poisoning from any of the food that we eat. No, I never watched it, Vernix. Not too much, Kem. Honestly, buddy, day's going really good. At the beginning of the day, I thought my career was fucked, and now it's okay. We had an internet technician come in. We were getting frame drops yesterday. Constant frame drops. And today, the internet technician came here, and he told me there's nothing wrong with the internet. So I was scared, right? I didn't know if it was a software issue or a hardware issue, and I was starting to get, like, those panicky, despairing feelings of not knowing what was going to happen to my career, not knowing what was going to happen to the move to Czech Republic, not knowing if I'd have to get a whole fucking new computer, or motherboard, or video card, or whatever, right? But after the technician left, eventually the problem just sort of fixed, and there were no more frame drops. He came back later and told us that there was a fray in the coaxial line on the power poles, and that fray was causing static noise that was disrupting my signal. And the only reason he checked the line, I think, was because my mom suggested it might be the cable, because when we lived in our previous house, the phone line was fucked up due to a frayed wire on the cable, right? And so that probably made him go check the line, and because of that, he actually fixed the problem. So today's been quite a roller coaster. Quite a roller coaster. But we're back in action, buddy. How's it going for you today, Kem? You can infect the whole call center? Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, you're an original Elliot. You know, from Mr. Robot. All right, let's just begin researching. Oh God, I have nothing. Wait, that's okay. I can make a can. I have to eat canned food, and I'm gonna have to use my knife to open the can. It's gonna, you know, fuck up my knife's durability a little bit, but we need to do this just to make sure we have a can for boiling water. All right. Yeah, shout outs to Mom, eh? Working like mad, taking today to catch up on life. Good for you, buddy. You need a me day. Yeah, the worst scammers are the ones that take advantage of old people. You guys ever see that movie, The Beekeeper? Not saying there's any good scam, but I feel like the movie Beekeeper opened my eyes to, like, if you scam a disabled person or if you scam an old person, that's like a particular level of fuck. You know, like it's one thing to scam a guy who's in his mid-30s and he has a full-time job, stable career, minimal debt, and he can bounce back, but capitalizing on the most vulnerable is just, it hits different. All right, let's, am I able to do an hour? No, that's totally gonna overboil. I would have been able to do it before, but I can't do it now. Oh my God, it actually works. Okay, so I can get an hour of research done while also boiling water at the same time. That's good news. There's 2 minutes left before it overboils. It's perfect. Oh, it just ain't my cup of tea, Vernix. It ain't my cup of tea, but you know what? There's many ways in this world that people fight injustice, and I suppose I could learn to have respect for ethical hackers who counter scammers, right? In the same way that in light of pharmaceutical and processed food-based corruption, I try to help people improve their health, right? We're all trying to make the world a better place in our own way, and I think I could see the light and learn to respect your way too. It's just usually you hear the word malware And the first thing that pops into mind is scamming people or hacking them, right? But I never really conceptualized the notion of using malware to go after scammers. It's relatively new, and I think I kind of like it. All right, we should have plenty of water now to get us home. Let's take a drink. We will need more fire fuel, but we're doing okay. We're researching. Go after disabled people instead. All right, let's eat up a little bit. I might not need to tap into the processed food at the moment. We've researched 2 of the 3 books. Oh shit, I'm getting really tired. Okay, we're gonna have to have a nap so I can continue doing the research. Which is fine. Let's have a little nap. Yeah, you can't really stop them by reporting them. You have to, you know, the sad truth is that agencies like the FBI and the CIA have kind of been co-opted by those with self-serving interests in the government. And rather than fighting crime, a lot of the time now, the CIA and the FBI are always involved with crime. And you can't really rely on them to do the work of fighting cyber crimes and scammers anymore. So it's up to vigilantes to do it a lot of the time. All right, we got 1 more hour of research to get done. We will have researched for 15 hours, and then maybe we'll attempt some repairs on the cloth clothing. Okay. I'll never forget a few years ago, the fucking Department of Justice was labeling parents as domestic terrorists for not wanting critical race theory to be taught in schools. All right, let's just throw these books in there in the fire. All right, now let's try to get some repairs done. Sewing kit required. Shit, yeah, I don't have any fishing hooks or sewing kits. I guess I can't do the clothing repairs then. That's all right. Don't need the scrap metal, but I will take the cured leather and the cloth with us. Oil. I should take those antibiotics. Good antibiotics aren't always easy to find. And let's go get some sleep. Actually, wait. It just occurred to me, I might want to have a little bit more water. All right, that'll do. And we don't need 2 torches, so we'll get rid of this one. Yeah, I agree, Evo. Yeah, it's well, you know, it's a multifaceted issue, because what we should be teaching people is self-reliance. We should be teaching them how to handle livestock, how to grow crops, just basic life skills. But you can kind of tell. I heard that mainstream education, the way that it's so monotonous, the way that you arrive in the morning and leave in the afternoon, it's to get people prepared for shift work, factory work, right? Apparently Henry Ford had a hand in creating the education system, and he wanted to manufacture obedient workers, and the government kind of mainlined and mainstreamed that to the point where now it's the only schooling system we know. Of course, if there are private schools that sort of break that mold, they're less tedious, less monotonous, less constraining, less overbearing, and primarily public education is geared toward making people into obedient workers. And I think that when we look at courses like critical race theory, there's also a component of trying to indoctrinate kids into increased division. Because Asmongold has said, and I agree with him, that the baseline problem with society is class war, right? It's the middle class versus the upper class. It's the top 1% against the other 99%. But what they do is they make the 99% below them fight each other with things like race, sexual orientation, ideological differences regarding Hollywood movies, etc., right? Like feminism, even going so far as like using red pill content, like Fresh and Fit, like all of it is just an attempt to divide people away from the fact that the rich are fucking over the poor and making inflation worse for us while they perpetually get richer. I don't remember who said it, but somebody warned that the end result of capitalism would be the privatization of all wealth into the hands of a select few and the worsening of living conditions for everyone beneath them. And it's kind of like we're watching that unfold in real time, right? It just feels like the deficit and the national debt has been getting worse and worse and worse. Apparently, George Bush only had a $4 trillion debt. Clinton had a $2 trillion debt. And between Bush and Obama, the debt went from 4 trillion to 16 trillion. Right. And then Trump and then Biden, the debt's just been piling up. All the while, inflation has been getting worse. The Federal Reserve has been consistently printing more money, causing worsening inflation. They went crazy with the deficit spending during COVID. And now it's at this point where it's funny because you've seen this trend internationally, too. Every country, Canada, the US, other first world countries, other allied like NATO nations have been worsening inflation, worsening their economies, while the upper class in every respective country has been getting richer and richer. And I think it all boils down to class warfare in the end. That's okay, Evo. I want to save the torch. The thing is, we have limited matches and 0 sunlight. Right? You are right that I could have lit the torch, but our lantern fuel is so low, I feel like I may as well just finish using it anyway. I thought about searching the cave in Desolation Point and then going to Fluffy's cave to search it, but I think I might bypass that. We'll head back to Coastal Highway. I'll try to make the moose hide cloak, and I will try to craft another travois, but I don't think I have another maple sapling in Coastal Highway, which may be a problem. Now, let's just use the last of this lantern fuel to go up the stairs so I can get some sleep. I have more water now, which is good. Gotta grab that battery on the way out. Yeah, that's fucked up, Joshua. Yeah, we're gonna have to do that, Evo. What we're gonna do is we're gonna use tip-ups to catch as many fish as possible, because we actually need 3 liters of lantern fuel in order to buy the wolfskin pants recipe from the trader. So fishing is the next item on the agenda. After getting this car battery brought to Coastal Highway, the next goal is to get the lantern fuel that we need for the trade. So we're going to be doing a shitload of fishing. And our health is looking okay. I'm just really happy that my internet is fixed, guys. Like, that was so distressing. I mean, the notion that you're going to lose your career because of something like a problem that can't be identified or solved is so horrifying. You know what I mean? When your internet is clearly, when something's clearly wrong with the internet, but you're being told by the internet company that it's fine, it's just such a scary thing, because then all of a sudden you're thinking, am I going to be able to make money through this anymore? Am I going to lose the channel? Is this going to stop us from going to check? Like, it cascades and snowballs into this huge thing. I'm just really glad it's figured out. I'm glad it worked out, you know? It's a lot of despair off my shoulders now. All right, our scurvy risk is now healed. Right, we are, okay, it's a good thing we're doing fish next, because we need it. We really need it. Let's try to eat that potato. Still got a little bit of potato left, but that's all right. Okay, now let's pick up our knife. We didn't get any food poisoning, which is good. Let's get 2 hours of sleep. All right, head downstairs, grab the battery. So we're good. We are ready to go. We have everything I care about bringing the most. Solar powered PC setup. Well, let's just hope the solar powers are like, I heard that the components of solar panels will break down over use and that they have to be replaced with time. So hopefully it saves you enough money in power bills over the long run where it ends up being cheaper to like replace whatever failed components of the solar panels come about. There's no other provider options here, no. Eastlink is one of the main companies. Eastlink and Seaside are the two. They're like Rogers and Bell for rural Canada, you know? It's kind of like they are the... Yeah, while you have Rogers and Bell being the two kids in grade 8 who are always fighting each other, Seaside and Eastlink are like two kids in grade 2 fighting each other. It's like they're like the lesser version of Rogers and Bell, and they specialize in rural communities where it's a bunch of old people who don't know they're getting scammed all the time. But I have to admit, Eastlink has been fair here. Yeah, it's been fair here. Yeah. A lot of horror stories on the internet, though. The biggest problem with rural Canada is you never know if the problem is with the internet service provider or with the electrical grid. Because we also, in Nova Scotia, we have a company called Nova Scotia Power. It is a privatized power company. And they cut costs all the fucking time. To the point where the electrical guys who came here yesterday told me that it's normal to have a surge in your house's electrical when your furnace comes on. That when your lights flicker when the furnace comes on, that's what's supposed to happen. Which I think a lot of us are going to unanimously agree that that shouldn't be the case. That it's indicative of a problem, but that they want to save on infrastructure spending by not updating the system. Right? I can't imagine that it's normal to allow surges in a household like that. I can't imagine. Damn, my inventory load is really lightened, actually. We could take more. Let's take all that coal. And the cooking oil. As well as maybe the antiseptic. Hey, sweetie pie. Okay.
I'll have to.
Okay. All right. All right, well, it's time for us to head back. It's a coastal highway. Let's get over there. You guys watch season 7 of Black Mirror? It's out. There were a couple good episodes in there. Maybe like 2 or 3. Nothing quite as horrifying as some of the prior seasons, but I feel like the scariest episodes in the history of Black Mirror were there was White Christmas. That was terrifying on a whole different level. And then there was what's it called? The playtest episode. That one also very scary. Shut Up and Dance was just funny. I enjoyed watching Shut Up and Dance. It was a riot. And you know, it's funny because all they would have had to do is turn themselves in for their crimes, and then the hackers couldn't have made them dance, as it were. I always found that pretty funny. But yeah, I feel like all the greatest, man, USS Callister, when I first watched it, that was horrifying shit. Bunch of digital DNA clones of people getting tortured by this sadistic fuck with an inferiority complex. Like, dude. And White Christmas dialed that up to like 1,000. I don't know, Evo, I don't know. But the power guys swore up and down that it's normal. Not necessarily saying I believe them, but they swore it was normal. Okay. That was intense.
Wow. All right.
We don't have that much fuel here, but maybe I could find a little bit of fuel on the ground or something. Lantern is just about to burn out. Oh well. We did what we could with the fuel that we had. Let's warm up here. Generally, strong motors have large inrush draw, which means they take in a ton of power to get the motor spinning. I don't know the details, but that's generally why that happens. Okay. If it's normal. I remember before, there were power problems, though, where every time the neighbor across the street would use his power saw, it would cause my fuse box over here to emit a whirring noise. And then at the end of his power saw application, when he lifted it back up, my lamp would turn on. That was particularly fucked. And there was a time when the furnace turning on would turn on my touch lamp. But what they did was they moved us over to another pole. And kind of, you know... Hang on, can I get... I'm hoping I can find a maple sapling here before we leave. Yeah, but the privately owned power company, I have so many suspicions about it. Oh, yes. Okay, we found maple saplings. This is huge. That means I'll be able to repair and I can replace my travois before we leave Coastal Highway. Yeah, well, what I think happened with that Evo was there were too many houses on that one power pole, so they switched us to another power pole where we were... Thank you, sweetie. We were the third house on that power pole once we were switched over to it. But that other power pole is now powering 6 different houses. So that would have meant that we were the 7th house at that time, which... Crazy, right? And especially now, like, there's fucking... They were using power saws. I have a gaming computer. Who knows what other, like, pieces of high draw machinery. A lot of us have oil furnaces. So it's really no surprise that shit was getting fucky. Yeah, I just don't trust them. Any private for-profit power company, like, I can't do it. It's probably true. It's probably true that it's normal to have that draw where it causes flickering, but yeah, I still don't trust a privately owned power company. Oh, hot coffee, yes. All right, let's get inside. We don't want to freeze too much out here. I'll have to use a match to light a torch to get through this cave. Oh, we have one of those, right, I don't know if fuse box is the right word, but our power panel down in the basement is one of the ones where you screw in the glass things.
Yeah, those are fuses.
Yeah, it's a fuse box. It's an archaic system, but it's one of the ones where you screw in the fuses, the glass ones. And that box, every time the neighbor used their power saw, would go wee wee. It was fucking sus. And what's really scary is that when he was doing that, I could hear the noise in my headphones and my fucking computer. Like, it's like every electronic device in the house would emit that noise caused by the saw, which was also coming out of the fuse box. A soft starter, eh? Yeah, I don't know anything about it. I wish I wasn't so illiterate regarding these aspects of home maintenance. My stepdad was really good at he knew how several parts of the house worked, and he was always on top of that stuff. I never picked up any knowledge from him, though. Ever. We had a strained relationship, so I just kind of stayed in my room, played video games, you know? I know very little about household maintenance. Yeah. Alright, looks like we now have to light this torch. You know, we actually found out yesterday when the power company came to our house, we found out that somebody tampered with our meter. So in the meter on the side of our house, there's supposed to be one white cable going down. That cable goes into your fuse box, supplies power to your house, right? We have two white wires going down in our meter. And what we think it is that my grandfather used to live here, my mother's uncle, I believe. He was a butcher, and there's a table saw downstairs that he would use for butchering stuff, right? And we think that he might have jerry-rigged the fucking panel, jerry-rigged the meter to have, like, I don't know, something like that. You guys get what I'm saying. We think that one of the previous inhabitants to the house, possibly my great uncle, jerry-rigged the meter. Because my mom said that she saw this, there's this weird industrial-sized plug around the back of the house near the basement door. And it's like it might have been used for powering that saw. Oh, yo, there's fucking salt here. Oh, shit, why did I put that out? Alright, we're gonna have to use another thing to fix that, but I need to get all this salt here. Hang on. Okay, there we go. We got a bunch of... Oh, there's more. There's even more. Yeah, let's keep trying to get all this. As much as it sucks to use another match, at least I didn't fully deplete the torch, right? There's more. Yeah, we're pixel hunting for the salt. I'd imagine there's probably one more serving of salt somewhere along this wall. Anyway, let's light the torch again. Two neutrals. I think that's what it said, yeah. I think that's what the power company guy said. Yeah, fortunately we're not blowing fuses anymore, but there was a time where we were. It was fucking sus, bro. Super sus. Anyway, looks like that's it for all the collectible salt, but now we are considerably over encumbered compared to how we were before. But that just means I'll probably have to drop some of this coal here. Oh yeah, we're very encumbered now after collecting all that salt. Okay. Alright, we're moving again. Very slowly, but we're moving again. All right. We got to go as far as we can. Let's try to get to that basement. At least with the blizzard, we know that there's not going to be any wolves in our path. Yeah, well, you know what? That's one of the things I try to be good at that, Evo. I try to be good at being descriptive, because, like, a lot of the time, diagnosing a problem depends on how well you can describe it. Yeah, how well you can put it into words. I always live by, like, sort of the standard where over-describing something is way better than under-describing it. People can't help you if they don't know what's wrong.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, Joshua, I agree, buddy. Her whole family is a bunch of handymen. And as somebody who kind of grew up, I remember being in Czech kind of changed me, dude. Like, we went on a 3-month visit to Czech, and being surrounded by men who had expectations of me and wanted me to be more of a man made me more of a man. In fact, it was during that visit when I realized I had to put my fucking life together. I didn't have the channel back then during that visit. Up until then, I had pipe dreams of a YouTube channel, but I never applied myself. It was in Czech where I came up with the name and the concept of Discipline Before Dishonor, where I resolved that I would make the channel work. And once I got back from Czech, I started making videos. I started recording myself playing games, editing the videos, and making series. And then roughly, after maybe 6 months or 8 months of making videos, I had my first live stream. And then we noticed that there were problems with my internet connectivity. I got us a better internet package that was well suited to streaming, right? So it started in Czech with the positive influence of the men, and it resulted in me being where I am now. Yeah. There is something to be said. Like, it is so important for boys growing up to have a man in their life who teaches them how to become a greater man. And I feel like for the vast majority of my life, I just didn't have that. I had a stepdad who, he sort of gave preferential treatment to my stepbrother. You guys have heard this a million times from others. I'm sure it's a common thing. You have step families, fractured families, and double standards are applied to the children from the parents. Typically, they favor their own children over their stepchildren. They'll give them preferential treatment. I kind of had that type of deal. My biological father wasn't around. My stepdad he could be a douche at times, but yeah, that was sort of, so I never had that stable father figure to kind of guide my development as a young man into, becoming a real man. So I kind of had to learn that in post. And I feel like in Czech, I learned so much of that in a 3-month visit that I never learned in 30 years of my life prior, It's fascinating to think about, all the literature, all the literature that indicates that young men need a father figure in order to boost their odds of, it's all true. It really, I'm living proof. Being surrounded by men for 3 months was enough to undo 30 years of not having any guidance. And it gave me direction, like, really quickly. It's fascinating. I agree, Lee. I think your dad did do a good job. The fact that you're stable, the fact that you have a routine, you take care of your pets, you have a stable career, even the fact that you have a healthy social life here. Like you come here, you hang out, you share your personality with others, you get along with others despite the differences of your ideological background, right? Like you're more left-leaning, we're more right-leaning typically. You are a very well-adjusted individual in a lot of the ways that matter. And I think that you are kind of a case study for how, like, I would love to see a statistical analysis of the outcomes of children who were raised by single mothers and who were raised by single fathers. I would love to see a statistical analysis on that.
Well, the statistical analysis of just single parenting in general has shown that the kids have less positive outcomes from nuclear family, but I don't know about the breakdown of single mothers and single fathers. There is a study like that.
Yeah.
Probably, I would imagine. But either way, you would feel the lack of the opposing presence.
You would feel a lack of something. Well, you know what, Lee? Neither of you have a family or kids. Well, you know, like psychoanalyzing that would just the most immediate deduction to come to would be that like maybe you guys didn't trust women because your mom was gone, right? That type of thing. Just like a simple answer where like you kind of felt betrayed by your mother. It gave you trust issues toward women. It made you unable to develop a deep, intimate bond with a woman because you felt like maybe they would all abandon you at some point. Or like just a simple psychoanalysis would indicate that like it's easy for you to have guy friends and to bro down with somebody because your dad was always there. He never left you. He never neglected you. But then maybe like on the woman's side of things, your mom, you felt like she did. So you have trouble developing intimacies, right?
You know what it is in my opinion?
What?
The lack of an example. Because when a kid is growing up with two parents that are together, clearly there has to be some relationship dynamic of what it looks like.
Susanna theorizes that what it might be is the lack of an example for what. So she thinks that perhaps because your mother wasn't around, you never had an example of what a stable relationship looks like or what a committed housewife / mother looks like. So you never learned how to look for that in a woman. So maybe you and your brother, you attract like, you know, the millennial Gen Z type of women where they're a little more on the superficial side and they don't really go for that whole I want a family one day vibe, you know? Could be. Starting out on a basic retail in your early 20s, eh? Oh, hey, you're well adjusted, it seems, buddy. He never reciprocated, eh, Lee? Oh, it depends, buddy. It's really weird. It's really weird to pick apart these nuances in development. Very, very hard to do. I like that we can talk about it, though. It's, I love discussing these things. I definitely had a major compensation issue. I still do. I think that there's still remnants of it. Like, the fact that I never got approval from a fatherly figure made me act out a lot in my late teens and early 20s. Like, going to jail over and over again, right? Like, fighting with the government over corruption. And, like, I wanted to mean something to people. Likely because I never meant anything to my father. And I think that this channel is a big extension of that. I think that although I've mitigated the extremities of that psychological issue, that it still manifests in the way I conduct myself on the channel. I play extremely difficult settings. I'm always trying to push myself, partly because I want you guys to see that I try. I want external validation coming in, right? Same with the healthy habits. You know, I want to mean something to people. I want to change their lives for the better. I want them to appreciate me, appreciate the health cookies, appreciate the knowledge about cold showers, fasting, carnivore, exercise, because I want to mean something to people and receive validation that I feel I never got from my parentage. Which is sad when you think about it, but it also kind of not, because all it really means is that what I lost growing up is something that I endeavored to find in adulthood. And that kind of speaks to the fact that we can have a fucked up parentage and even a fucked up life for a while, but eventually we find our footing and we seek what we lost in the beginning. You can find fulfillment. Of course, it would be better to be stable as a kid and take that into adulthood, but you can be a late bloomer and still bloom, is I guess what I'm trying to say. I fixed a lot of anger problems and psychological issues over my 20s, and now I'm enjoying the stability in my 30s. Took me longer to get here, but I got here. Tom, you're my therapist. Oh, you're the best, buddy. I love that little pink poop emoji. Look at those teeth. Yeah. It looks like Buttercup did when her lip would, yeah.
Her tongue would hang out sideways.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you know what, Joshua, that is an astute observation. I think that the problem is not the judging itself, but that the people doing the judging are poor judges. I think that it's good when a husband and a wife, well, a boyfriend and a girlfriend judge the flaws of each other and try to bring out better in each other. But the issue is that these days we have so many different value systems. Some value systems are even comprised by a lack of values, and that muddies the waters of it, right? So if you have like a woman from the modern day, we're talking the empowered feminist type, right? And she's trying to bring out the best in her man, she may actually end up emasculating him and taking away his ability to be a masculine man, because in her eyes, masculinity is toxic. So it's like, it's good to impose a good value system on your partner, but a lot of people are imposing bad value systems on their partners because they never learned what a good value system was from a stable parentage in their own youth. Very.
That's why it's better to look for people with the same values.
Yeah.
Because trying to force your values on other people.
Yeah, which calls into question, like, I always feel like for a man and a woman, the best thing is to try to seek a partner to marry so that you kind of humble yourself before that. But it's possible that if someone's upbringing doesn't allow for that, if they try to become too different from what their upbringing was, that it might not compute. Like maybe two people, you need to look for someone who has the values that you have. So maybe it's a matter of like feminist power bitches need to look for an emasculate man who yields the control to the woman. Like maybe it's really hard for people to change, so it's actually better if you look for someone that you can vibe with rather than trying too hard to change yourself. And I don't know, it's way too complicated to put into words. I don't even know if I'm doing it justice trying to explain it to you guys, but I don't know what's better. For somebody with psychological issues to adhere to them and give in to them and seek a partner who has their same value system or lack thereof, or if it's better to try to change your value system knowing that if you don't, you might attract the wrong person. I don't know. It's all pretty complex.
Well, the law of attraction states that you will see more of what you do.
Yeah.
So if
the law of attraction, you will attract what you are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's always the people that come into your life are a mirror.
All the perks of a conventional man, but no intention of bringing in a conventional woman. Yeah. Yeah. Men should always pay for the date, but now women are half the workforce and inflation's terrible. It's definitely a weird adjustment. A lot of feminists, they want all the benefits of being a traditional wife without all of the expectations and values of a traditional wife. And they want to have a traditional man without... They want whatever parts are convenient for them. Like, they always want men to pay, but they don't want to adhere to the man's value system. It's like what is it? What do they call it? Schrodinger's feminist, right? A woman is simultaneously a good wife and a liberated, empowered feminist. And she kind of ebbs and flows based on the expectations of the moment. Or, I don't know, something like that. I wonder if I should try to get this deer hide. I could try. I mean, it looks like we have a windproof section here that might be conducive to starting a fire, but that could change any time. Still, I feel it's worth it to try. It's a painful long walk over to the Quonset from here, and at least if I warm up, right?
Honestly, I think the biggest mistake was making it so that every woman has to work.
Yeah.
The expectation that all women should behave like men, because a lot of women still want to be housewives, but...
And they get socially ridiculed for... Yeah, am I hearing a cat, by the way? Hang on.
Might be. I mean, they're...
Hello, old fart. It's good to see you, buddy. I hope you're having a wonderful day so far, and I hope it's better now that you're here to chill. We're having a good day today. It's been an emotional roller coaster, but we had an internet technician come here to assess our internet. We were getting frame drops, heavy frame drops, constant frame drops, but he told us that our internet was okay and there was nothing wrong with it. So for a while, we were feeling pretty despaired about the future of the channel and my economic stability, you know? But my mom mentioned this old problem we had with our coaxial cables back in Apple River, where the wire was frayed, so it was causing interference in the telephone line. And it turns out after he left the house, he went to check on the lines and he found a frayed wire and he fixed it. And now our internet's okay. It's possible that if mom never mentioned that coaxial cable thing, he might have never gone to check on it and might have never fixed it. So our internet's okay now. My economic stability is maintained and there is optimism for the future. But for a little while there this morning, I was feeling pretty despaired. All right, put 2 of those in there. Let's grab this hide real quick. Bentley's tongue hangs out sideways when he's really tired. Yeah, I love that. The sideways tongue thing. Yeah, that's the one, Lee. Schrodinger's feminist. Both have to work and toss the kids to daycare. Very true. I've actually heard that there is a growing body of clinical research to indicate that daycare is really bad for kids. And that the best childhood outcome is when there's always a parent around. Always at least one of them. Right? Very true, old fart. That sounds like good advice. Yeah, me and Zuzi, we had, I feel like the law of attraction was definitely at play in the early stages. We both wanted more meaning in our lives. We felt like we were in a transitory period between who we were and who we wanted to be or who we hoped we could turn into. And part of our earliest years in the relationship was the painful metamorphosis, trying to find a way to go from who we were to who we wanted to be. And we burned away all the impurities in each other. It was like a crucible, right?
Good thing that we met when we were young.
It's a good thing we met when we were young, yeah, because the older you get, the more those impurities seem to solidify, and the harder it gets for you to allow a partner into your heart to renovate the flaws of it.
Now enough with all the talking and enjoy the game.
Oh, yes. Well, we got that deer hide. Said a lot of parents don't take care of their kids before they drop them off. Yeah. They get to the daycare and they have to be fed because the parents didn't do it. Is that what you're like saying? Something like that? All right, let's cook this moldy venison here. May as well try to spend a little bit of time here warming up by the fire. Perhaps prepare a hot drink for the rest of the road back to Quonset. Got more food now. We are getting very low on water, however. And we don't have a can. However. Can I? Hang on. Alright, well, unless I have a receptacle, I can't actually prepare a hot drink, so we're gonna have to just go like this. Let's go. Oh, this is unsettling. Hang on, hang on. Let's go back to the fire. Eat so that we're not encumbered. And that was a generation ago. Can't imagine how bad it is now. Yeah. It's a scary world we're in now. All right, let's try to... Fuck. All right, he's running away. 55.61, huh? We are still a little too over encumbered to depart right yet, but maybe if I eat that. It's the deer hide. It bumped up our weight a little bit. Yeah, we're good now, more or less. I'll at least be able to sprint. Let's light this and go. So once we get back to the Quonset, the goal is going to be we have to do some fishing. We have to do a lot of fishing. I need to get 3 liters of lamp oil to trade with the trader. We already have the car battery in hand, which is nice, but that's not all we need. And also, we got scurvy risk a little while back, so we're gonna have to get the fish just to deal with that. What's funny about saying that, Zuzi, is that the parents expect the teacher to do the job for them, yet they always have a problem with it when the teacher disciplines the kid. It's like they want, yeah, they want the teacher to raise their kid, but they also want the teacher to think their kid is perfect and never question anything that the kid exhibits behavior-wise. All right, now all we have to do is follow this road and it'll take us directly to the Quonset area. But we have an opportunity to do better with our kids. You know, I'm gonna take very simple paths to keep my kids happy. I'll try to teach them about like cold showers when they're teenagers. I'll try to feed them well as they're growing up, you know. We'll do like largely keto, minimal processed food. We're not going to keep any junk in the house. I know a lot of parents out there, they always make sure that their house is stocked with chips and soda. We're not going to do that. It's going to be a very rare treat to have junk food. I want to instill in the kid the notion of responsible eating, not overindulgence. My parents were the kind of parents where they always kept the shelves stocked with junk food. So, I mean, of course, whenever I wanted to eat something, I would go grab a pizza pocket or a little fucking processed brownie that came from the grocery store, like the boxed brownies that never perish, right? Instead of making myself something real, something nutritious, and yeah. Getting used to 4 hours of sleep was the wall for you? Yeah, I've noticed my sleep has really, it's been sporadic lately. Ever since I quit cigarettes, I've been lucky to get 7 hours of sleep. Typically, I'm getting like 5.5 or 6 hours of sleep as like my new normal. But somehow I'm managing to stay above water, more or less. We're gonna want to light a fire right as soon as we get where we're going. No matter what RFK tells you, Tom, make sure to vaccinate your kids. Well, me and Zuzi had a talk about that. Like, we're going to determine what the diseases are that are actually lethal if contracted. So, I mean, tetanus, apparently 10 times out of 10, you get tetanus, you die, right?
Yeah,
So
no, it's treatable, but
it's treatable, but you can't cure it, though. Like, you can't cure tetanus, I think. It's lockjaw's like a permanent risk after. So, like, we're gonna minimally vaccinate our kids.
And definitely not immediately after.
And definitely not immediately after birth. We're gonna let their immunity kind of develop. Apparently, breast milk contains the antibodies of the mother, so that the baby has that immunity. We don't want to fuck up our kids' immune system by vaccinating them too early. Can you imagine the shitstorm that would ensue if they did determine that vaccines caused autism after all the Snopes articles and fact checks out there, after all the public shaming of anti-vaxxers, after, you know, I feel like it could be processed food too. It could. My strongest theory is that it's like Gerber baby formula, right? Using formula to feed your baby instead of actual breast milk. I think that could really, really fuck with a kid. There's no reason to end up with weasels. Well, maybe it's been proven, Lee, but it was also proven, quote unquote, that the vaccines for COVID were safe and effective. It's just, I always leave a little bit of room in my head for the notion that we've been lied to about allegedly established facts, right? All right, we don't need that much fire fuel. I think we're pretty much just preparing some water here. Let's get the fire started. Yeah, fluoride is a big one. I feel like there's two things that everybody uses that have not been researched enough. Fluoride was one of those things, but now we know it's a neurotoxin. So we know it's a culprit for multi-generational deterioration of the human condition. But the second thing that I'm leaning towards that not a lot of people think about is microwaves. Think about the link between your gut bacteria and your mental health, right? And then factor in what might happen if you apply radiation to food to heat it up. And then you eat that. What is the radiation doing to your microbiome? Even if it's a tiny amount. Like, the gut microbiome is a very sensitive thing. Extremely sensitive, right? You take one drop of alcohol into your belly, you fucked up the whole biome for a couple days. So it's like, really, what can we really say about the safety of microwaves? Because, Lee, did you hear about... You should go check out Matt Walsh's new video, newish, came out last week, about ADHD. And every top tier scientist who affirmed the existence of ADHD came out now, got interviewed by the New York Times, and they said that essentially ADHD is not real, and that's what the data actually showed, but we had a vested interest in claiming it was real. So for the longest time, ADHD was an established science, but now the people who coined the term and produced the studies that justified it have come out to say it's not real. Look it up, dude. So that's why I always take the, anything that people say is quote unquote proven. I can't believe it. I can't, because people lie. People have profit driven minds. They will falsify what is true just in the interest of self-interest.
Oh, the interpretations of studies are so subjective to what outcomes the researchers want.
Yeah.
Like the ADHD papers were a perfect example. They claimed that the papers prove ADHD is real, and then you look at it and it turns out, no, it proved the opposite.
Yeah.
They just lied about it.
Apparently the papers proved the opposite. Apparently ADHD is not real, and that's what the studies definitively proved on a long enough timeline. All right, we have some lamp oil here. We're gonna fill our lantern again. Yeah, but I feel like the difference in like radiation, man-made radiation with man-made technology is not as reliable or time-tested as sunlight radiation, right? It's kind of like how the sun's rays, we have the atmosphere, it protects us from the radiation from the sun, but nuclear radiation will cause you to shit your spleen, right? And I feel like there could be some effect to microwaves that as of yet is undiscovered, or worse, intentionally suppressed, to fuck with people's heads and bodies, make them more susceptible to chronic disease and mental illness. Yeah. You know what they found, Lee, which I found pretty funny, was they found that if you sit a kid in front of a math lesson for 30 minutes, that child will spin around in their chair, they'll fidget, their eyes will wander. But if you take that same child and you sit them in front of the pod racing scene from Star Wars The Phantom Menace, they'll sit there and watch it with rapt attention, which indicates that it's ADHD was simply a misdiagnosis of standard human boredom, right?
Go figure.
Go figure.
Find math boring and can't sit still.
Yeah, go figure. Kids find math boring. Oh my God, stop the presses, right?
Like when you take a bunch of energetic and you stuff them into a with 30 other kids for 7 hours a day, they'll be bored.
Yeah.
They'll behave.
Yeah. Who would have thought it? All right, so we're going to put the battery in here along with all of the salt that we got. Microwaves are dipped in Radex so you can't get sick. A whole generation made nuns into a horror movie monster because of Sunday school rulers, yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of cheated the system with my math education. Basically what I did was I was homeschooled technically. Like after grade 10, I dropped out of high school and I got the rest of my credits through correspondence, so homework. And I took fucking workplace math. There was academic and applied math. Those were the two you had access to in high school. But I took fucking workplace math, which is what they give to retards. But technically, I don't need that shit. I've never needed it. So really, I skipped the redundancies of it. You know, I was never going to be an astrophysicist. I was never going to build bridges. All I had to learn how to fucking do was fast and take a cold shower, and they couldn't teach me that. It's just really funny how that works. All right, we are gonna produce a fuck ton of water right now. We're long overdue. I'm gonna make sure I have fishing tip-ups ready for use. I'm gonna grab all this shit. Oh, we got a fresh pelt right there. Grab those. Cured black bear hide. We're gonna take that out. We're gonna put that battery on the table. No sense in having it take up 15 kilograms of locker space. Fresh deer hide and 4 maple saplings. Let's drop these, start curing them. Put the deer hide down. Okay, Chris. Well, damn straight, buddy. I hope you don't mean it's the last stream you're watching. I know you find the long dark boring. I remember a while ago you said you called it the long boring, which I respect, which I get. Hopefully it's not your last stream, last time coming here, buddy. You've been around for a while. I like seeing you once in a while. Anyway, take care for now. Hopefully we'll be seeing you around the channel again with another game another time. All right, I am going to start making some of this, some of the porridge. We have a lot of running river oats that I should be using up. We got some flour. I could make some bannocks. Let's grab more fuel. We're going to drop the porridge outside right away so that it keeps as long as possible. We do have... Uh-oh. I think my game just crashed. Yeah, it totally just crashed. Yeah, I'm gonna have to quit the game. That's crazy. All right, well, hopefully that was a one-off. Oh, shit. Are we dropping frames, guys? Yeah, we're definitely getting some frame drops right now. Oh, shit. What's going on here? Well, that's not good. Okay, this is interesting. When I look at my Ethernet readings, it's telling me that we're sending enough data. This is an OBS/video card thing, I think, guys. When I look at my task manager, it says that the data is good. So this might literally be an OBS or a video card thing. I don't think it's a coincidence that my game crashed right there. The game crashed and OBS started dropping frames.
Maybe back on the NVIDIA driver.
I think it's time we did the NVIDIA driver rollback, Evo. So guys, I'm going to try to figure out how to roll back NVIDIA driver. Driver rollback / removal instructions. Click Start, Control Panel, Performance, and Maintenance. Hang on. I don't really see a performance and maintenance section here. This might be outdated information. If you uninstalled the previous driver, you won't be able to roll back. Okay, well, we'll have to uninstall the driver and then... Hang on. Game developers urge NVIDIA RTX 30 and 40 series owners roll back to December 2024 driver after recent RTX 50-centric release issues. That was 28 days ago. You know what? Maybe this is it. Well, I might not be able to, but we'll see. All right, hang on. GeForce Experience. Now, I doubt I'll be able to roll back the driver here. I can also go to, I think, what the fuck's it called? Device Manager, right? And then I have to find my video card here. Display adapters, yeah, 3080. Properties, can I like roll back the driver here? Driver details. Oh, wow. I just tried to click on driver details on my NVIDIA 3080 and I got a not responding on the Microsoft Management Console. I have to have a problem with the driver.
Tom,
Download the previous driver. Download DDU. What's DDU? Well, I'm gonna listen to what you guys say. I'll do it. But if I have to restart the computer, I'll probably have to pause the stream, but we can come back after. Display driver uninstaller. I'm just worried about it being a third-party download. Like, I don't know if this guru3d.com website is going to give me a malware or not. Because the thing is, in my firewall, I disabled my entire firewall from my Windows C drive because it was causing crashes and state of decay too. So I'm worried that if I do anything wrong here, right? Like I'll fuck my whole computer and turn a small issue into a big one. And apparently the DDU here is only for instances where you can't uninstall normally. Well, it may be well known, but there's the issue of like which place is safe. I mean, I'll try it. Download Mirror USA. So,
She'd be saying it's well known.
well, let's hope so. I'm downloading the RAR file for it. I downloaded it from guru3d.com. So what? DDUEXE, I guess. I'll extract that. Oh, it's only safe as long as you download it from the official website, apparently. So I'm going to make sure that... Oh, okay. The official website is Guru3D. All right, so this is the right safe one, apparently. All right, so... Okay, so your exact instructions. They released a hotfix a day or two ago? Well, look, I mean, if they released a hotfix, let's just take a step back here. How would I get this hotfix? Because I've never done safe mode or any of this shit. Like, it's all new to me. So I'm wondering, like... Do not use the hotfix. Okay, so restart my computer in safe mode. How do I enter safe mode? Like I'm 5, right? How do I... So if I go to like restart... Well, if I click restart, it's just going to restart my computer, right? I don't know how to restart in safe mode necessarily. Okay, well, I have the display driver uninstaller extracted. It's now on my desktop. Here, I'll help you look as well. Restart in safe mode instructions. Hold the shift key while clicking restart from the shutdown or sign out menu. And apparently I'll have to press F4 after the PC restarts. Okay, guys. Well, I'm gonna be MIA for a second, but stick around. I'll probably need your help, okay? So, wait. I downloaded DDU. Should I, like, open it? Or is it enough that I have it here? Hang on. This is the first time you've launched DDU. Before using, please know the following. You should have a backup. We are not responsible for any, okay? So, hang on. Let me take a look at your instructions here. Just put it on your desktop. Okay, so just put it on my desktop. I'll close it. Oh, it's telling me to reboot in safe mode. So you want me to enter safe mode and then use the uninstaller. Okay, understood. So I'll be back. I'll have to, oh man, but, oh, this is fucked. Because the thing is, can I start my stream in safe mode? Like, I might not even be able to get advice from you. You know what? Okay. Go on Discord and maybe Zuzi will keep a direct line with you. So that you can kind of like walk me through it. She'll have Discord on her phone. I will, so okay. Unplug my Ethernet. Let me take a look back here. Download the previous driver. So, okay, I never downloaded the previous driver. I need to do that first before we move on here. NVIDIA drivers. GeForce drivers. So GeForce RTX 30 series 3080 start search. Yeah.
She'd be saying that you need to download the previous.
Well, presumably that would be the one released on March 18th. So, game ready driver. Why are there two? March 5th and March 18th. I'm seeing two game ready drivers back to back. 572.70 and 572.83. I don't know which one to do. I'm gonna fuck this up, guys. I'm gonna ruin my computer.
No, you're not. Trust yourself.
God, I knew that the fucking graphics card, the new graphics cards with their AI technology is just fucking stupid. Look at it breaking everything for everybody else. Okay, so I'm going to disconnect my Ethernet.
Wait. Download the previous known good driver and then you.
Okay, well, I'm downloading the previous driver from March 18th.
Chibi is checking the driver page.
Okay.
So he will. Getting which one.
Hey, buddy. Hello, Theo. Come on.
Driver page.
Okay.
Oh. So.
And really, when I think about it, this game ready driver could be why my computer was shutting down before. I don't know. God, why couldn't I have a spiritual calling to just work at a grocery store?
Still looking. Driver before the
Pre-January. I can't even look back that far, though. My list ends at February 13th. Yeah, the most recent one I can get is the studio driver for January 30th. But the most recent, or the furthest game ready driver that I can get is February 13th. There's an arrow that points down. I'm not seeing the arrow. I'm on the GeForce drivers page. I searched for... Maybe if I click game ready instead. Okay, so I clicked game ready instead. Now it's taking me back as far as October 22nd, 2024. So I have a game ready driver for January 30th. December 5th, 2024. Okay, I see that one. So I'll download that one. Is it 566.36? Yes, that's the one. Okay, so I'll download that. Download now. Desktop. I downloaded it straight from the GeForce NVIDIA.com website. It's mine is 699 megabytes. Unplug or disable your connection, restart in safe mode. Okay, I'll still have you on the phone, so keep it up, okay? Be right back, guys. Hello, guys? You hear me? Hang on. My webcam is not currently active. Let me unplug it and plug it back in. It's this guy, right? Yeah, that one. Okay. Unplug. Plug back in. What the fuck's up with my my webcam now? It's not really showing up. Oh, there it is. Okay. The webcam is back. But I'm still getting frame drops. Are you guys detecting this shit right here? Hang on. I mean, maybe it might stabilize. We'll see. It looks like it's stabilizing. Maybe that's just the fact that the webcam was initiating. No, we're dropping frames again. Like, you guys seeing stuttering in my webcam at the moment? Because I'm definitely detecting dropped frames here. Like 100% I am detecting dropped frames.
Mine's looking good.
Stare at me in the camera.
I am.
Yeah. Hang on. Let me go to my settings here. Maybe they got reverted. No, constant bitrate, 8,000 kilobytes per second. RTMPS. Well, we're gonna have to hope the dropped frame thing stops, but... yeah, I don't know.
Your OBS.
Well, my OBS FPS is what's showing me that we're dropping frames. it's saying 60 out of 60 FPS, but it's also showing me dropped frames. I don't know how to check specifically how I can check the current FPS, but we're just repeatedly dropping frames. This is exactly what we were experiencing this morning, which I thought was the internet. What's my webcam FPS at? Video capture. It's set as match output FPS. Auto select 30. Hang on. Settings. I put video. Yeah, I don't know. Because it already was 30. I had it set. Okay, right now we don't seem to have lost. Oh, there we go. Yeah, we lost another frame. For a second there, it looked good. But the FPS was set to match output FPS. I changed it to a set 30 in the hopes that that would like stabilize it. Or maybe increase it to 60. Well, I set it to highest FPS. It doesn't really seem like changing the webcam settings is stabilizing it. Let me look at my task manager and see what the internet's looking like. That's weird. It's flashing between 5.9 megabits per second and 11. Well, I would need to reinstall Logitech Brio. The Logitech software, right? Like I don't have whatever the fuck it's called, that Logitech software. I don't have it. I uninstalled it because I didn't want it to cause any conflicts, right? I don't have that Logitech Brio software installed. Well, for the moment, it looks like it's stable. I haven't lost a frame in a little bit, but this is very concerning. Yeah, but it's already at 8,000 and my megabit rate is supposed to be 10, constant 10. So, like, you're supposed to have your bit rate for your stream 2,000 lower than your maximum, which my maximum is supposed to be, oh, we're dropping frames again. Our maximum is supposed to be 10. So I have it set to 8,000 already. This is exactly what was happening earlier today. And this is why I never have faith. Fuck faith, because faith without works, right? Anyway, it looks like it... Unfortunately, the video card wasn't the problem. I don't know, the driver.
Well, she be to the stream FPS, and that's...
All right, well, let me see. Custom FPS. Hang on. Because it's saying here that I can't go higher. When I right click my video capture device and press properties, it doesn't let me increase my FPS on my webcam. Like, it pretty much says that 30 is all I can do. So I don't know. What if I, hang on. I have something I want to test. We're going to wait till I get like a spike in frame drops again, and then I'm going to deactivate my webcam to see if it like continues. Because I'm not really sure. Like right now, it seems to be working just fine. Like this is the expected function that we would want to have. Okay, well, you know what? I'll have to get that Logitech software again then. Logitech webcam software. What's it called again? G-Hub. That's it. Logitech G-Hub. Download G-Hub for Windows. God, this is so fucked. Okay. I couldn't tell you, Joshua. You know what it is? It's the fucking government. They're coming after me for my transphobia and my bigotry. Yeah. I think that out of all of the possible things, that's definitely what it is. That's the most likely scenario.
You just need to technical.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, problem has a solution somewhere.
I do really appreciate your help, Shibi. I know that you're trying to get this working for me, buddy. You're trying really hard. Now, the dropped frame problem seems to have stopped. And it looks like I can't actually change the frame rate on my webcam through the software. It might be like locked at 30. Device setting 60 hertz. Yeah, I don't know. We haven't gotten a drop in a little while though, so it might be time for us to just try to resume the stream and hope that it takes. I don't know what the fuck though. Like, I'm so worried for just everything right now. And understandably, because this is my entire income, and now it's just out of nowhere, with no apparent cause, it's just completely on the fritz, like my whole computer and internet is just dying. Like...
It's not dying.
Well, it says in Brio that it's set to 60 hertz, but I can't change my webcam FPS to 60 in OBS. It like doesn't allow me to, right? Hang on. What's the refresh rate on my monitor? Well, that's set to 143. I have a refresh rate of 143 hertz on my monitor. Anyway, we haven't gotten a frame drop in quite a while. It's been consistently working for a bit. Okay, transgender furry activist. Well, I mean, I guess for now we're back, but just monitor my frames, guys. Let me know if there's any issues. Hopefully it was just a matter of trying to catch up on shit. Like, maybe it was adjusting to the new changes. We can only fucking hope that was the case. Grab that shit. Oh, our pets are doing okay. Yeah. They're in good health. They're enjoying some time outside. As per usual. Yeah, they're doing good, Judy. Blessed existential despair, how I have missed you so. Alright, well thank you, Shibi. I appreciate all the help you're trying to provide, buddy. I am essentially, like, computer illiterate. Like, playing the games, like, it was a miracle that I managed to... It took a ton of research for me to learn, like, what the fuck is it called? I don't even remember what it's called. The settings on my microphone, like the compressors and the limiters and all that. Like, the compressor was probably the hardest thing to learn for my mic. And like, just setting up OBS and all that, doing all that, I can't believe I fucking managed it, really. Well, Judy, the adventure's been going well. We went over to Desolation Point and we brought a car battery back. We have to trade that car battery with the trader. And in exchange, he'll give us blueprints for a pair of wolfskin pants that we can wear. So we've been working on that for a while. And other than that, we've had some technical issues today. And it's been a little stressful, not gonna lie. It's been, well, a lot stressful. It's been quite stressful to worry about, but on the upside, Evo gave us a crazy-ass donation today. Really helped out the channel, helped to boost my morale. We've been getting, of course, Shibi's been helping us out a lot with the tech support end of things, same with Evo. They've both been trying to help me get a handle on this stuff, which, you know, extremely grateful for. Hello, Jesper. How are you doing, Jesper? All right, let's go drop this porridge outside. And you know what? Maybe the Bannocks too, actually. I should drop those outside. They will preserve better. I feel like my neuroticism is a really well-kept secret. When I play these hard games and I'm in really stressful environments, I seem to handle it quite well, but the truth is I'm in controlled environments where I know what to do. But the moment I'm met with actual chaos and uncertainty and unpredictability in real life, man, I fall apart. I fall apart so bad.
Not so bad. But you also tend to find solutions eventually.
Yeah. Alright, well take care for now, Shibi. Thank you for your help, buddy. Alrighty, I'll keep that in mind. Oh, I'm gonna Alt-Tab and take a look at my frames, see if they've changed at all. No, so far it's been stable, ever since we got the camera working.
No shame.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Willingness to learn it and try is phenomenal.
I tell you, there's only so much roller coaster I can take. I feel like I was brought really, really high. So I started out really low, like worrying about the internet, and then the guy was like, "Hey, I fixed the internet. Everything's fine now." And I was like, "Hey, great." And then the game fucking crashes. OBS starts dropping frames, and now it's like we're back to low and fearful again. Fucking absolute insanity. I need stability. I need the fucking stability. Yeah. All right, let's keep on cooking whatever we can. You're listening to Night of Nights? I prefer the Day of Days. I'm more of a Day of Days guy. All right, we are all out of flour. We no longer have any more flour for Bannock, so we just continue making water. And the porridge, we have a little bit more porridge that we have to make. Let's throw more firewood in here. We're getting a little low, but that's okay. All right, we can make 3 more batches of porridge. And I need more fire fuel, probably just gonna have to use more coal. Because I think we're just about out of firewood. Do I have tip-ups made already? I thought I did. Yeah, we have 4 tip-ups. So I don't really need these reclaimed wood necessarily. We'll use some of them. No, we have no spare coal here, so this 6 coal and that reclaimed wood is pretty much all we have for fuel. Yeah, I just hope I can cross the finish line, because we've been worried about this computer. It's seemed fine. It just seems like all these problems started happening very recently, like in the past month. I've kept it plugged into a UPS and everything and tried to take good care of it. We figured if I had to get a new computer, it would be best to wait until we move to Czech, but I want to keep on making money until then. Oh, man, so distressing. All right, let's make more water.
Something out of your control.
Yeah.
You're doing. That's all.
Video game remixes, huh? That's what Night of Nights is? The video is no longer focusing on gamers. Yeah, they have those studio drivers as well, which is apparently it's stuff for like video editing. All right, let's deposit that. And the flour. And then let's just stockpile water with the rest of the time that we have here. And I think this is the last batch of water that we'll do for now. We have a lot of food, a decent amount of water. I could make more water while we're doing our fishing. Okay. I will have to try to repair my clothing soon. It's looking pretty ragged. Alright, let's go eat. We have to eat. And it looks like we might be getting an Aurora, so it sucks that we're kind of tired. I would love to repair my clothing with it. A lot of this food is in really good condition. Well, maybe I can have like a 2 or 3 hour nap and then start repairing some clothes. What's that, Elijah? What's going on, buddy? They're making potatoes and carrots renewable via the trader, huh? Interesting. They're also rolling out a graphical update pretty soon, which I thought was pretty interesting. Alright, let's attempt some clothing repair here. Definitely the rabbit skin mitts. Okay, we got it. Okay, the rabbit skin mitts are looking good now, 89%. The deer skin boots, we certainly have to try to fix. Thank God we didn't fail that. Ah. We were about to succeed, but then the fucking Aurora ended on us. I'll have to try some of these repairs during fishing hours, I think. I mean... Anyway, let's just get some sleep. We are gonna have to do some fishing soon. But for that, I'm gonna need fire fuel. I'm glad that scurvy hasn't become an issue until now. But we are drifting on the border of having, like, vitamin C issues. Well, we already harvested the wooden crates in here. Wait. Another Aurora. Alright, let's attempt repair, I guess. 85% chance of success. I think I'm gonna try to level up. How are we doing on mending? We can't make a level up with that. Not really. We're gonna have to just try it again and hope we don't fail. It sucks that we were so close to success and then we lost the light. But at least we managed right there to get somewhat of a repair. We only have one more deer hide here, but we have another one curing on the ground. Right there. We can use that to craft our travois later, so let's put this one toward another attempted repair on our boots. Oh, thank goodness. We're not getting shitty rolls with the repairs here. I know, Joshua, I know. Like, I'm prepared if I have to get a new computer, in the sense where I emailed a lot of my, like, OBS settings to myself so I'll know what to do and how to set things up. It's just... I love consistency. I think we all do. Whenever shit gets fucked, you know, I crumble under pressure. Not everybody crumbles under pressure, but I have noticed over the many years being me that I am he who crumbles under pressure.
Entirely on the pressure.
Hey, Tai. Come on, buddy. Go on. Well, we lost light, but we did manage to repair a lot of our clothing before we lost it. We're going to be crafting wolfskin pants soon enough, so I don't need to worry about repairing the deer hide pants. Alright, we have to prepare for fishing, so I need to go get more fire fuel, and I have to make sure I have my arrows here, just in case. Yeah, they're right here. 10 arrow shafts. 19 arrowheads. So that's just the result of a lot of destroyed arrows, which was to be expected. Okay. Now, the shitty part is I do not currently have a travois. I had to scrap it because of that glitch we got. Until these maple saplings are cured, we can't craft a new one. But we're working on it. Anyway, the task is now I have to try to get some fire fuel. So we'll just try to gather a shitload of sticks in the meantime. Yeah, that is pretty terrible, Judith. Yeah, sometimes you have to get hurt by the wrong person so that it drives you into the arms of the right one. Oh yeah, I should probably get my bearskin jacket on if I'm gonna be harvesting fire fuel around the area. Might allow me to like harvest 2 branches instead of only 1 type thing. All right, well, oh man. I am detecting frame drops, unfortunately. We've gotten more frame drops since this all went down. Well, it's displaying 10,480 dropped frames. Like, there's definitely an issue, and I have no idea what it is because we rolled back my driver. The guy said he found and fixed the problem with the internet. Like...
Well, maybe, but you're still be faulty.
Could be. Yeah, Evo, it's not just you. It's getting drops once in a while. I don't know. I don't know if it's OBS or not. Like, I mean, OBS could be a part of it, but I just feel like there's too many converging problems all at once. It's so weird. Well, I figure OBS might have had like an update that broke things, right? I don't know. Well, that wolf just killed a deer. I'm gonna want to go check that out. Alright, come on, Fido. I have a deer carcass to get. At least the hide. The PC is not that old. I got this PC toward the tail end of the pandemic. It was like, what, 2022? Around there, yeah, around 2022. However, I've been living in a house that regularly had, like, electrical problems, but I've had it plugged into a UPS the whole time, too, so... I don't know.
Well, you did experience crashes after.
Yeah, there was, when I had the bed for the cats on my desk, the cats were jumping on the computer to get down. So they would like step on the computer and then go off. And we had it happen a couple of times where the computer actually shut down when Weasley jumped on it to get down. So, I mean, I opened up the chassis. I tried to check and make sure everything was tightly plugged in. And then I removed their bed from the desk. So I don't know. I just have no idea what's going on. Not really. I feel so helpless in the face of it. And I feel like it would be... I'm not usually a person where I'm like, oh, just my luck. Because I know that life is random most of the time. But it would be... I don't want to be that guy, but it would feel so fitting if we were getting ready to move to check and then I had to replace my computer and set us back.
But you would not.
Possibly a part. I've seen horror stories of these people where they think it's this and then they replace that part and then it turns out it's something else, so they replace that part. But then they broke this, so they fix, you know, it's like at that point you may as well just get a new computer, so you're saving yourself a months-long hassle. And the thing is, I'm a streamer. I need this to work, so I can't waste my time replacing parts and trying to diagnose a problem with one part when it could be one of any 30 parts in the computer.
Yes, let me put horror stories too. Necessarily have to be.
Well, if we're lucky.
Largely on the person that you bring it.
Yeah, but I mean, I called a computer guy in Hawkesbury just today, and the first thing he told me was, oh, sounds like your video card. I'd have to sell you another one. Like, the odds that you get someone who actually wants to help you and keep your costs low, like, most computer technicians are just in it to sell you something. They're not there to save you money, because that goes against their best interest. Yeah, the whole thing is surge protected. I have it, the computer's plugged into a surge protection, a powerful surge protector, actually. I didn't skimp on it, because I know how important the surge protector is. I have a Cyber Power 1500 VA. A short somewhere on the motherboard? Well, what if my cat dislodged one of the pins with a vibration when he like, oh god, there was even that time when the cat knocked over my speaker and it fell on the fucking computer chassis and just rattled the whole thing. Maybe we should leave the cats here. Just go to check without them. Not to sound insensitive, but
It's certainly a concern. They can be. I mean, they also go behind very regularly.
yeah. Well. Oh, that's the funny thing about computers. Even the people who know computers, it's like, it's really hard for them to boil it down to one issue. When one thing breaks, when one thing isn't working properly, they're like, well, it could be any one of these dozen things. Let's find out which of these dozen things it is over a 3-week troubleshooting period. It's
clearly not such a major issue. Running games, you are streaming, you can.
yeah, and the frame drops seem uncommon enough, but it's really concerning. At this point, I'm back in that braced for impact. I'm in the assume crash positions mentality where I'm just waiting for the other shoe to drop. You know? I have no faith that things are gonna be okay. Oh.
TCB is even saying that if you had a bent or broken pin on the CPU, your PC wouldn't even boot up.
Oh, it wouldn't even boot up? So it can't be that.
Software issues can be solved.
Yeah. Lee, true enough, yeah. Although we have 3, you'd have 8 instead of 5.
For leaving them, we'd be leaving.
Yeah. Factory reset it on a day off. Well, that presented, I remember when I first got it, I had this problem where I had to, whenever I would plug my headphones into the audio jack, I would hear like a static, I would hear my fan noise through the headset, and the only way I was able to fix it was by rolling back my audio driver. It was a complete fluke that I even managed to fix it. Like, this computer had so many problems when I got it, and it took me so long to get it to a place where it actually worked for what I needed it to work for. So I'm worried that if I do a system wipe and all that, like, I won't even know what to do regarding the drivers or anything. Like, I would be completely out of my depth with getting it back up to speed to the current place it's at. So, like, I just, you know, I suck at computers. I really do. And I'm not open to learning them either. My hope is that I'll just buy a competent machine from a competent person who put it together correctly, and I'll take care of it, and it's gonna last me years and years and years. That's always my hope, but I don't know. I didn't exactly take care of this computer regarding the cats. I tried to take care of it, you know, never did anything to it. But the fucking cats are just this wild card where they have no fucking chill. Yeah.
But also, if there are software issues, then it's just something fixable that happens as your drivers update automatically.
Hmm.
You know? What's your
Is it possible to check what temperature my system's heating up to? I mean, I can't. I had something like that on the old laptop. Like, there was the fan cooling interface, but
it was the control fan like that.
no, it was just the fan speed program. Well, I mean, sometimes I open up the task manager and I go to the performance page, but yeah, my graphics card is displaying 58 degrees Celsius and I'm using 64% of it. My memory is I'm only using 26% of my RAM. It's at 8.2 out of 31 gigs. My CPU, I'm only using 6% of it.
Eliminating.
So 58's fine. So it might not be like overheating or anything. I made sure I got like I have 2 fans in my computer. I got 2 of them. It's got like the dual fans, one on top of the other, and it even has an exhaust fan in the back for like helping the air to flow through type thing.
Oh, dude, when we were ordering your, got like the beefiest machine.
I got the beefiest machine I could possibly get, right down to a wireless chip inside the computer for like, you know, I wanted to make sure I had really good cooling, right? I didn't bother with thermal paste. I basically just got the most powerful fans I could get.
Yeah, dropped like $5 grand on it. It was expensive and it's still working. It's still working really fine. Nothing's like breaking.
Well, they're 2 large fans with 1 more fan in the back. Like it's and it's open. Like there's a lot of open space inside the chassis. It's a very clean build in there. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of cause for concern. Now, my temperature right now is 62 degrees Celsius, but if the range is like 50 to 70, then I'm sure you guys think that that's probably fine. Mind you, that is just for the long dark. It's possible sometimes it goes up to 80 or 90 if I'm playing a graphically intensive game, but and I regularly open my chassis. I have one of those air dusters, like the keyboard cleaning, it blows the air through the little nozzle. I use that to clean my computer once in a while. Like I'll open it and blow air into it. Sometimes I'll take Q-tips and I'll wipe off all the built up dust on the fans. And like I try to take care of it. I try to keep the machinery clean. Yeah, 240 mil fans. I have like each fan is approximately this. It's like the width of my head, right? Two fans that size. And then there's another one in the back, which I think is like an exhaust port or something. So it's not the GPU temps then.
I wonder if it's possible to run like a complete diagnostic parts and there.
Maybe. Is it possible to run like an entire computer diagnostic to analyze the health of your parts? Or is that like too futuristic for the current state of computers? Well, my CPU is 12 core. I have a 12th gen Intel i9 12900KF. And it's only, I'm using 6% of my CPU right now, like nothing. I got a really, really beefy CPU.
And you got like 32 gigs of RAM, right?
Yeah, 32 gigs of RAM. I have 16 cores in this fucking thing, 24 logical processors. If it really is just OBS, man, I'll be so cheesed. Because how the hell do you fix that? I tried to find older versions of OBS, but they don't let you get older versions. Unless you back up the older version before you update to the new version, you're locked into the newer version, even if it breaks things. So, what's the temperature on the CPU? I don't know where to check the temperature. I can't see a readout of the temperature. I feel like Sheldon in that episode of Big Bang Theory where he like got sick or whatever, and he's like, so this is how it ends, you know? Hardware info. Well, I see this here. Hardware HW info diagnostic software used by NASA. Okay, well, I installed it and I'm launching it. So I don't know where to look to find the temperature. I'm taking a look. CPU. Yeah, I don't know how to read this. I'm looking for the temperature, but I'm not seeing it. Maybe you guys could help me out. Tell me what I'm looking for here. CPU core package. I don't know. I'm not.
Oh,
Okay, I'll open the Discord and take a look.
okay.
Yeah, it's not the program that I have right there. Yeah, mine looks very different. Very different. Yeah, I don't know. That's very different from the program layout that I have. Hang on. For CPU, look at CPU number 0 Intel Core model number enhanced CPU package. Yeah, I can't make heads or tails of this. Like I can't find any temperature readout at all. Trying to Google it, but I mean, these people tend to describe it in like terms that I can't understand. The die average is pretty much what it says, an average over time of the CPU temperature. So where the hell's this die average? DIE average. Where the hell is that? I'm not seeing that anywhere. Yeah. All right, well, we're getting our first dose of scurvy risk. Finally, something I can handle. Oh, I don't know. I'll fucking try to. Well, wait. Active clock and effective clock. Well, that's just megahertz. I don't know. I'll just uninstall that program then, I guess. Wait, what's this core temp? The core temp app. Oh, okay. I actually have an app on my PC already that tells me the temperature of my shit. So I'm looking at the CPU core temperatures, and they range from 32 degrees minimum Celsius to 51 degrees maximum. Kind of like this one says 53 degrees Celsius, but it doesn't go any higher than 53 degrees. Is that normal readings? Okay, so the CPU is fine. You know what? It could be, it could totally be an OBS update. Wait, let me find out when this version was released. 31.0.3. Oh, hey. OBS 31 problems. This is 4 months ago. Lag problems. FPS dropping in half. Webcam lagging problems and changing FPS settings between sessions. Currently reverted back to OBS 30. Okay, so here are some things that have been biting people with the update. NVIDIA Kepler 600 and 700 series GPUs are no longer supported for NVENC codec, and NVIDIA users may need to update their GPU drivers to 551.76. Well, I'm not the only person to... Oh yeah, we're getting frame drops right now. We're not the only people that are experiencing problems with OBS build 31, but the problem is I can't roll back. Roll back to OBS 30. All old versions are available on the GitHub page. Okay, all OBS releases under the assets spoiler. Where's assets? I don't see assets. Find a release? No. Yeah, I want to try to roll back to 30.2 or something. Okay, so that's where the assets is. Let me take a look at Discord and see what I installed. So that would be 566.36. All right, I'm going to try rolling back my OBS, guys. However, I don't know if I should roll it back in this current stream. This stream has just been fucking plagued with troubleshooting stuff, but well, yeah, but I think I already had. So let me look at my settings here. I go to settings, I go to output, I go to streaming. I already have my video encoder is NVIDIA NVENC HEVC. But I don't have the option of HEVC 264 or HEVC 265. It only says NVIDIA NVNC HEVC. There's no number after it. All right, guys. Well, look, I'm going to try something here, okay? I'm going to try rolling back my version of OBS to a prior version. And we'll see what happens. Okay? So I'm going to end the stream. I'll check out the NVIDIA HVEC thing, but I can't find that. Like, I know what you're talking about, and I used to see it, but I don't see it anymore. I think that with a recent update, they removed it as the one of the video encoder options, but I'll take another look. I am going to roll back my version though, so I'll start a new stream and I'll be back soon, okay? Give me like 15 minutes to roll this OBS version back and whatnot.